Allison Allworth.
I'm Juan Williams.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Friday, February 2nd, 2024. I'm Chris Foster. Former President Trump says a bipartisan border security bill coming out of the Senate is stupid and shouldn't be passed.
There's very much the sense of it's a good election year issue for him. The White House is desperate to do something on it. And so therein lies the conundrum.
We're speaking with Fox News Sunday host Shannon Bream.
And Lisa Brady. The questions remain the same 1 year after a toxic train derailment in Ohio.
There is a lot of unknown with as far as health goes and anxiety and on what kind of real damage was done to the environment.
And I'm Carol Markowitz. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
Senate Democrats and Republicans have been working on a bill meant to increase border security, a deal opposed by former President Trump and the Republican House Speaker, Mike Johnson.
If President Biden wants us to believe he's serious about protecting our national security, he needs to demonstrate good faith and take immediate action to secure that border. But he won't do it. He needs to immediately stop the mass release of illegals into our country, but he won't do it.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer.
It's unfortunate and deeply disturbing to hear those on the hard right trying to sink the bipartisan work happening here in the Senate. The hypocrisy of calling the border broken and an emergency for months. And now when time is here to make meaningful change and everyone agrees the change is meaningful and deep, their tones have changed.
President Biden says he's done all he can do at the border with the power he has.
There are those who say, listen, the president has the tools. This is definitely the talking point because we're hearing it from multiple people. He just needs the tools.
Fox News Sunday and Living the Bream podcast host Shannon Bream.
You know, and the hardcore conservatives say he has the tools. He's not using them. President Trump used the tools, and look at the numbers and the difference in those numbers. But listen, there's very much the sense of it's a good election year issue for him. The White House is desperate to do something on it. And so therein lies the conundrum. You know, Langford says, I took an oath to the Constitution to protect people and to protect my constituents. And that's what we do by closing the border in any capacity. And others will say, no, I'm just going to wait this out because I think the next guy, if it turns into Trump, is going to do a whole lot more to secure that border than what we could get here.
Yeah, and we'll get to the tax bill, too. There's a similar idea that, we want to hurt Biden in an election year, but it's not just for that. It's because we think that we'll be better on taxes and better on the border if he loses. So it's not quite as cynical as all that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, we all heard Senator Grassley come out and say, you know, kind of the quiet part out loud, like, why would we give a win on this big tax bill and let them, you know, get a big win on this, start sending out checks, which is not exactly what's going to happen before the election. When if we, you know, hurt President Trump's chances of being reelected, it hurts the 2017 tax cuts.
Right.
So they're thinking the longer game. That's the argument.
That's what I meant, that it's not just about hurting Biden. It's about helping their cause down the road by hurting Biden. Speaking of the border, it looks very much like Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is going to be the first cabinet secretary impeached since 1876, if I remember that right. That's a big statement House Republicans are making on border security right there.
Yeah, they are. And the thing is, they know it's going to die in the Senate. There's no way he's going to get convicted there. But as you know, impeachment trials shoot to the top of the list. So for Senate business, they take priority. So how ticked are these senators going to be that they're going to have to put on a Senate impeachment trial for a cabinet official that's probably not got a chance of going anywhere when they have the tax bill, the border bill, Ukraine funding, Israel funding? I mean, never mind, none of the appropriations bills have passed both houses or gotten to the president. And we've got that March deadline for those looming too. So I'm not sure that sending an impeachment trial over to the Senate is going to engender a lot of friends for the House with everything they've got sitting over there because it has no chance.
Right. Maybe they engineer as short a trial as possible and just clear the deck and let the statement be made. And that's that. Former President Trump has led President Biden in most polls last, month-ish. This new Quinnipiac poll finds President Biden ahead of Donald Trump. It also finds Nikki Haley ahead of President Biden. It also finds Donald Trump ahead of her. So we're back where we have been for a while now, where Trump wins the nomination but doesn't fare as well against some of his Republican competitors head-to-head against Biden.
Yeah, and there's this question about, one of the things in the Quinnipiac, which it does right now look like an outlier, but as we get more data in and that GOP race looks like it's heading to a finish line, do we start to get different polling on the head-to-head with President Trump and President Biden? There's a showing of a bit of a gender gap growing there for President Trump. That's always been a little bit of an issue for him. So you wonder, the E. Jean Carroll case getting headlines and, accusations of sexual assault and this huge jury verdict. Him ripping on, Nikki Haley and her dress, ripping on Taylor Swift. I mean, by some on the right who are claiming the whole thing is a psyop with Travis Kelce. I mean, you got to wonder if some of this stuff is rubbing women the wrong way, that they're sort of like, gosh, I don't know that I can go down the path with this guy. If that's my choice or Biden, then I'm going with Biden. And suburban women, as you know, have been a big issue for the GOP. And for President Trump, he can't really afford for that gap to widen very much if he's the guy in the general.
Just flipping through polls, there's a Monmouth poll in South Carolina where Trump holds a large lead over Haley, who is a South Carolina native. She's seen her favorability drop there while Trump's has risen. She's in this odd position of maybe having to not exactly punt, but look past her home state and concentrate the fight elsewhere.
Absolutely, because it's a winner-take-all delegate state. So it doesn't matter if she finished 49-51 with him. She gets no delegates there. And she's this new Monmouth poll, 26 points back on the president there in her home state. So they've been trying to message, I get the impression, that this is going to Super Tuesday, because Super Tuesday, there are all kinds of states, and many of them are where you can pick up delegates even if you don't win. It's proportional. And so does she get that far? I mean, it seems like a long time in politics. It's really only a couple more weeks. She had a great fourth quarter, and she's got the money to keep going. Does she want to have on her record that she lost her home state?
Yeah, that poll, the Monmouth poll, finds South Carolina voters don't care much about Trump's legal issues, but there's a Bloomberg poll that finds Trump ahead of Biden in swing states, but he loses an awful lot of support if he's specifically if he's convicted in a felony. So maybe if dominoes fall down the line, maybe that's Haley's thinking as well. Either way, it's costing Trump political action committees big bucks in legal fees. Now, this is from political action committees, not the Trump campaign itself. I'm not, conversant in campaign finance law. I don't know how it works. Campaign donations being used for personal legal fees. Now, obviously, it's meant to help the candidate, which helps the candidate gets elected.
Right.
So I guess that's the argument for it being okay.
Yeah, I mean, the article I read this morning said $50 million in donor money has been used on his legal fees. But when you talk to people who are supportive of President Trump, maybe they give $25, they give $1,000, whatever it is, they're fine because they don't think that these legal cases are legit, any of them. And so most of just anecdotally, the people I've talked to about, are you okay with your donations? Yeah, exactly. I want to help him fight these bogus charges. So this is why, though, all of this delaying of and running out the clock as much as possible on these cases for so many reasons is so important to Trump, and why he has to win to be able to get by the most serious of the charges. He can't do anything about the state cases, even if he becomes president, but the federal cases he can if he becomes president. But really, he just needs to get past November if he's the nominee and these cases are all pending. We don't think that the January 6th case is going to start March 4th. I think it's going to get delayed quite a bit because of all of the legal machinations over whether or not he has some kind of immunity. The Mar-a-Lago case is supposed to start in May, but it looks like because of some of the pretrial motions and discovery and those kinds of things, that's not going to start in May. Georgia was supposed to start in August. Now we have this dust up with Fonnie Willis and Nathan Wade. So you listen, their goal is to get to November without any verdicts and try to get past those places so they don't run into that very dangerous situation where some people who have voted for him thus far or have entertained voting for him, the general would say, nope, a felony conviction or a jail sentence, I'm out.
Either way, there's going to be an awful lot of howling this year. If he is able to run on the clock and does win, re-election, if he does win in November, the left is going to say, this is ridiculous. He's not facing justice. These cases should have been adjudicated long before now. And if he is convicted of something before the election, and then from the right, it's election interference.
I mean, the thing is, people have lost confidence in the Justice Department. I think that's happened in many different groups, but clearly right now conservatives think that things operate in a political fashion. When that Hunter Biden sweetheart plea deal blew up, that was the first time I think that people started to think like, okay, there's going to be a way to publicly call this stuff out and make sure that everybody's getting balls and strikes wherever you're coming from. But President Trump presciently knew a year ago, before Alvin Bragg indicted him, that this stuff would be good for him. I mean, he's smart enough to read the populist vein and where folks would be with him on this. And so, while it's dangerous for him legally, I mean, to his freedom and to the existence of his freedom moving forward, potentially, it's been great for him politically. But all of this comes on a collision course to November, where voters will have to make decisions about somebody who may or may not have been convicted and still facing other charges. Appeals take forever, so people will know that. But if there's a conviction on the books, it does change the equation for a lot of voters, according to these new polls.
There's another hearing this week on social media and kids. Now, every once in a while, they drag these CEOs to the Capitol to scold them for a few hours, and then no legislation gets passed. Do you feel like there's more political appetite for it? And if there is, it's a tough thing to legislate, how kids use social media.
It is, because nobody wants to be seen signaling to the younger generation that we're going to take away TikTok or this or the other. I mean, people worry about the political fallout about that. This is bipartisan, though, so both sides would have to own it. But listen, I've been talking to, you've been talking to, we've been talking to lawmakers for well over a year or two about legislation to ban TikTok, and it's always like, it's on the cusp, it's bipartisan, it's happening. And then it never does. And they come back on the show and I'm like, what happened to that? Why didn't that ever get passed? Gosh, there's a lot of consternation about it. But this was even more broad ranging. I mean, when you're talking about Meta and all the other groups, most of the major groups being there, they took a beating. And sometimes, call me skeptical, sometimes these hearings are about everybody getting in their good sound bites and really ripping on these guys, but knowing there's not a legislative vehicle that's ready to move forward. But I mean, D's and R's, everybody yesterday got something out of this hearing that put, just a real beatdown on these CEOs.
Yeah. You mentioned Taylor Swift. There's talk that the Biden camp is really in there courting in endorsements. Some conservatives say they're just lying in wait. There's the real conspiracy theories say that the Super Bowl's in the tank, and that Biden's going to drop in from a helicopter at halftime and get an endorsement, at the 50-yard line.
Oh, wow, that would be quite the spectacle.
That might have been my fever dream, but
if it happens, though, I'm going to say, people, you heard it here first. Chris knew.
Yeah. Do you have any thoughts on it? Politically, it's weird to attack maybe one of the most popular people in the world.
Well, the funny thing is that Wall Street Journal had a piece that I thought was interesting, and it ended saying, listen, if you're so worried that the endorsement of a pop star, who admittedly is humongous, would tip the scales in favor of Biden over Trump, then maybe GOP, you shouldn't be, nominating Trump.
And look, if she does come out and actually endorse President Biden, I don't know what her plans are. I mean, she's going to get plenty of shut up and sing, but she, at this point, may not care.
No, I don't think she will care, because, listen, she just had, I think, the most extravagant, successful tour of all time. And I know plenty of Swifties. My goddaughter's a Swiftie. There are plenty of them. I think, honestly, if she said, you guys are going to have to vote for Cornel West, they'd be like, I don't know who that is, but okay, I'm voting for Cornel West. I mean, she's pretty powerful, and she may feel like that, she could be the person to tip this thing away from Trump and for Biden.
Shannon Bream, host of Fox News Sunday and the Livin' the Bream podcast. Bye, Shannon.
Bye, Chris.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Getting your guaranteed maximum refund with TaxSlayer feels like discovering a refund tree has grown in your backyard.
I'm the refund tree.
Sawing off its branches.
Hey.
Feeding them through a wood chipper.
My branches! My beautiful branches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
For a limited time, when you call Oliver for a new air conditioner, you'll get a gas furnace for free. You heard right. Buy a new high-efficiency air conditioner today, and the gas furnace is free. Plus, 0% financing and monthly payments as low as $99. Call 855-275-6548 or visit oliverheatcool.com. Oliver Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Reliable, fast service you've come to trust for more than 50 years.
Financing and payments are subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
Dawn Stenland here. As we bring in the new year, my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles wish everyone a happy 24. Piazza is excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the Mainline, both located on Lancaster Avenue. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
The possibility of a full-fledged famine is looming in the Gaza Strip, where some people say they've resorted to eating bird feed to fight off hunger. A pilot in his 60s is the sole casualty of a plane crash in Coatesville. Today is Groundhog Day, and the spotlight will be on Punxsutawney Phil to see if he predicts an early spring.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss a special edition of Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Kitsaris and Mark Cumberland this Saturday afternoon at 3. Find out why it's a great time to buy or sell your home. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com and listen to Good News in Real Estate Saturday afternoon at 3.
I was proud to be a soldier.
I told the truth and got kicked out.
And so I thought to myself, I'm taking this rule down.
If you're an LGBTQ+ veteran, your memories are important too. Share your story with the Library of Congress Veterans History Project, where first-hand accounts from U.S. military veterans are preserved and made accessible for researchers and future generations. Visit loc.gov/vets to submit your stories, photographs, and documents today.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
It's Friday, February 2nd. This is the Fox News Rundown. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden will pay respects today and meet with the families of 3 fallen American service members as their remains return to the U.S. The Labor Department releases its jobs report for January. Vice President Kamala Harris headlines a Get Out the Vote rally at South Carolina State University today, ahead of the Democratic presidential primary Saturday. And today's a day we learn from the Groundhog whether spring will come early or we'll see 6 more weeks of winter. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Downtime. Come to your down on weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I'm hosting Terry Hayes, international best-selling author, in his new book, The Year of the Locust. I can't put this book down. It's amazing. It's riveting. You'll find all the inner workings of the CIA. You'll go behind enemy lines in Iran. It's going to be a great night.
So they go into North Korea. They go into the bad parts of Russia. They go into Iran. You know, anywhere where there's no hope or help if you get unmasked.
Wednesday, February 7th at Main Point Books in Wayne, PA. Get your tickets today at 1210WPHT.com. We're going to sell out. Get a signed copy of the book, 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, it's John Ritchie. If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit PDQPOS.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
I was afraid to cut the cord, but once I did, I couldn't believe it took so long to do it. Paying too much for my cable bill had become a bad habit. I either wasn't getting what I wanted or never knew where to find any of my favorite shows until it was too late. Plus, the prices just kept going up. Thankfully, I discovered a new way to watch called Philo. For just $25 a month, I can catch all my favorite shows on networks like BET, MTV, and TLC. It even has Nickelodeon for my kids. I can watch anytime I want, anywhere I want. Plus, Philo lets me have up to 3 streams at once, so everyone can watch what they want at the same time. Throw in the unlimited DVR that saves all my favorites for up to a year, and this really is the best deal in TV. I just wish I hadn't waited so long. Sound too good to be true? Well, try it out for yourself, and you'll see why people who love TV love Philo. Go to philo.tv, that's philo.tv, and start your 7-day free trial now.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hey, Paoli, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
The latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A big decision fueled a big drop on Wall Street Wednesday after the Federal Reserve announced it's leaving its benchmark interest rates unchanged for the fourth straight time at a range of 5.25% to 5.5%, where they've stood since July. Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
Inflation is still too high. Ongoing progress in bringing it down is not assured, and the path forward is uncertain.
The Dow lost 317, the Nasdaq down 346, its worst day since late October. The S&P 500 lost 79. Merck, Peloton, and Royal Caribbean report earnings before the opening bell today. Amazon, Apple, and Meta after the closing bell. And other than the game, the ads will be a primary focus of the Super Bowl next weekend. 30-second spots cost a reported $7 million this year. Budweiser bringing back some familiar symbols this year in the Clydesdales and a Labrador. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Tomorrow marks 1 year since the fiery freight train derailment that devastated East Palestine, Ohio, releasing hazardous chemicals and forcing many residents to evacuate, including some in neighboring Pennsylvania, to facilitate a controlled release of toxic fumes. But they were cleared to return only days later.
You're going to smell it as soon as you go into my house.
Leading to concern at the time and ongoing health questions for some.
For many, it's been a year of fear, a year of uncertainty, and a year of change.
But EPA Administrator Michael Regan says it's also been a year of action, highlighting the work of multiple federal agencies and the EPA's efforts to hold Norfolk Southern accountable for the cleanup and the cost.
Because of this oversight and our comprehensive and ongoing science-based monitoring, we're confident that the residents of East Palestine are not at risk from impacted surface water, soil, or air from the derailment.
The NTSB investigation pointed to wheel bearings that overheated and the track detectors for that. Congress passed the Rail Safety Act, aimed at new requirements on rail carriers, especially those transporting hazardous materials. And in September, President Biden issued an executive order directing that Norfolk Southern continue to be held accountable. He plans to make his first visit to East Palestine this month.
He is there for that community for as long as it takes, and he's proven that.
White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre defends the timing of the visit, saying the president's position has always been he would be there when it was most helpful and that the mayor has invited him. But some remain skeptical of the visit and dissatisfied with the administration's take. There's been a whole of government response every step of the way.
I would say we're 70% back to normal.
State Senator Michael Ruley is a Republican representing Ohio's 33rd district, which includes East Palestine.
So the 70% that's back to normal is the visual. So if you came and jumped in my pickup truck and I gave you an hour tour of East Palestine, you would know that it looks all right. Like Ground Zero, which was the biggest problem, it took about 6 months to have it cleaned up. There was problems in a lot of different depths. One of the problems was that Governor Whitmer of Michigan played games with allowing our semi-trucks full of contaminated soil to go to the federal EPA designated sites within Michigan. She stopped those trucks at the border of Ohio and Michigan, and they were sent back to East Palestine. And this, when the weather came and it would rain, it would recontaminate the site. So I think that was probably the biggest hurdle that we had to get back to normal, because until that happened, there was a slight sweet smell in the air. And when I was on Fox the first time, I described, which is true, I only live about 7 miles away from the site. I was there a lot. You would have sore throat and irritation. Since then, Norfolk has excavated the entire line from about 3/4 wide, both rails, 18 feet deep, all new bedrock, all new topsoil, all new gravel, all new everything has happened. So this way, that smell is gone. The town looks back to normal. Things are cleaned up. So that's why I would say that we're 70% back to normal. The 30%, which is why we're not back to normal, is the unknown. There is a lot of unknown with as far as health goes and anxiety and on what kind of real damage was done to the environment.
The federal government and the state government, too, have given a lot of assurances about where things stand with the health risks. The EPA and the local government had told residents, they were safe to return just days after the derailment. Have many people been second guessing that ever since then and continue to second guess it?
Well, I think I've said this a couple of times before. After 9/11, the American EPA gave the thumbs clear in Manhattan to go back to normal within weeks. And we see the ramifications of 20 years in the future, what happens as far as, health problems and cancers that develop. We were really fortunate. A bunch of us put a little bit of pressure on some amazing universities, Texas A&M, Carnegie Mellon. I'm not sure if Stanford came, but a lot of those universities came and they did molecule testing. So I think like when the Ohio and the national EPA did their initial testing, I think a lot of people felt, a little bit better about things. And when you would drive around, literally on every block on top of the telephone pole, they would have air monitors. So like the optics were really nice that, things were getting a little bit more normal. But, when you see dead fish in the creeks and you have a film on cars, you still have an anxiety level that was through the roof. And I think when the universities came and they started doing the molecule testings, I think that added a whole extra layer of what reality was.
You told me when we spoke last February that you would not drink the water. Would you drink it now?
Personally, no.
Just feel it's not worth the risk.
We live 7 miles away and I still drink bottled water.
The White House press secretary sounded at least somewhat dismissive when a reporter asked whether President Biden would drink the water during his upcoming visit to East Palestine, as some officials did last year. Karine Jean-Pierre said this isn't about political stunts, that the priority has been, meeting the needs on the ground and having the right agencies in place to do that. So now that it's been a year, does a visit from the president mean less? How would you assess the federal response overall?
I give the federal response a D-. I think the state, we try to do a lot of things in the state. I think Ann Vogel, the director of the Ohio EPA, she pretty much had an apartment there for 5 months and never left. I think the administration, along with the different chambers, we got over $200 million in rail detectors placed in the law so we could monitor those bearings on the rail cars to make sure that they don't catch on fire. Like that's the reason that happened. I was honored to be a co-chair of the Rail Committee of the Ohio Senate. By talking to a lot of experts and completely Monday morning quarterback, we should have showed up there with several hundred truckloads of sand or soil, and we should have took backhoes, and we should have suffocated those 5 cars that were on fire, because we put 900,000 gallons of foam and water on a chemical fire, which is not how you put that fire out. Now, what good comes from that? Now we're building a fire academy. Fire Chief Keith of East Palestine, he orchestrated it, and we're going to teach firemen how to put out fires, their chemical fires. FEMA was there for a week, and then they were never be seen from again. It's never declared it a national disaster area. Biden never came. The president never stepped foot into the town until a year later, which I am so bewildered that he's coming now. To me, it makes no sense for any reason, for politically or for actual compensation. You know, if anyone from the administration listens to this, you better bring a fat check, because there still is a lot of work to do. We will heal, just like Nagasaki and Japan now has millions of people living there and is a healthy city. East Palestine will be built back better than ever before, and it will be stronger than ever before.
There hasn't been a federal disaster declaration for East Palestine because of the Biden administration's effort to make sure Norfolk Southern foots the bill. That does leave the door open to federal aid at some point to cover needs not met. Senator Rulli says the state has tried to help, providing millions of dollars for small businesses, but he says they could use another $100 million, and that the federal government could help get them to the finish line.
You know, Norfolk at the beginning, you know, everybody was really, you know, upset with them. And have they been perfect? No, but they've done way more than the federal government. I think Norfolk is approaching $1 billion of their own money to try to fix the town. And plus, a lot of the rail cars that actually, all four of those rail cars, I believe, were not owned by Norfolk. Norfolk, of course, is responsible because they're the engine that was running it. And those cars were faulty. When there is a disaster like this, it needs to be studied, analyzed, and learned from. Most of the politicians that you're hearing talk about this aren't going into the weeds and the minutia. The minutia and the details needs to be analyzed. Why wasn't the federal government ever present in this last year? These are the questions that have to keep being asked.
I want to go back to one other thing that you said a year ago, that I had asked you about. Some local farmers were saying, a strawberry farmer, for instance, they were worried people would have concern about buying their products because of maybe the risk of contamination in the soil, for instance. Has that happened that you know of?
Well, Director Baldrige, who directs Ohio Ag, they have these soil testing samples that you could test your soil, and it could show any of the if there's any heavy metals, or if there's any of these chemicals that are in the soil. And you see a lot of the farmers doing that, and some of them are actually promoting the test to show that they have healthy soil. But having said that, you know, and I'm not going to mention the names because I'm not sure if these businesses are going to be wanting coming back, but there are products that were made in East Palestine that these companies don't exist right now because the shock of the last year of, like, when you see made in East Palestine, a lot of people just were passing on the product. You slowly see some of these companies coming back, and you see some of the farmers where they're surviving.
One last thing. What do you think it will take for the hopeful percentage of the population to grow?
I think it's going to take time. And I think it's going to take not only time, but all these steps on every different angle of us trying to improve the town and the area and the confidence and the passion. And I think it will continue to happen. It's going to be time. I think if we go on this projectile, and really, once again, if the administration is listening and you're actually going to show up after not being here a year, bring a big fat check. Bring a couple $100 million. Tell the businesses they're going to be whole. Norfolk had a program. I think it's off and running. If you sell your house, the houses were all appraised by the treasurer, Blakeman of Columbiana, in September before the accident. And the houses were valued at pretty high. So if there's a drop in your evaluation, Norfolk had agreed to pay the difference if you were selling it from where it was appraised in September to where it was appraised right now. I think that is implemented. I haven't really followed up to see if that's actually true, but I know that's what was supposed to have happened. I think within time and more money and more everything, I think we will be whole again.
Ohio Republican State Senator Michael Rulli, thank you very much for your time.
I appreciate you.
Kayal and Company, mornings 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, I'm Henry Winkler. My eyes are very important to me. My eyes connect me with things I love. I loved my late father-in-law dearly. He always lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had age-related macular degeneration, or AMD. And since partnering with Apellis, I've learned there's an advanced form of the disease called geographic atrophy, or GA. His struggle with vision loss made me want to help others know about GA's warning signs. For some, straight lines seem wavy, like when looking at a door frame. For others, blurry or missing spots can make it hard to read or see loved ones' faces. Many have trouble seeing in low light, making driving at night difficult. GA gets worse over time and cannot be reversed. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. Talk to your eye doctor about GA today. Learn more at GAWon'tWait.com. That's GAWon'tWait.com.
Tender steaks, juicy burgers, tasty chicken. Omaha Steaks is love at first bite. Now get 4 free boneless chicken breasts and 4 free boneless pork chops with your order at omahasteaks.com/sizzle. Omaha Steaks butcher's cut filet mignon, top sirloin, premium ground beef patties. It's heartland perfection. Order at omahasteaks.com/sizzle and score 4 free chicken breasts and 4 free pork chops. Minimum purchase may apply.
Omaha Steaks, America's original butcher. At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Yeah, how do you make it look so easy on the court and get so many back-to-back wins?
It comes down to court domination. With over 900 lawyers nationwide and $15 billion recovered, nobody works harder than Morgan & Morgan in the paint to get the wins. No more questions.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Proud sponsor of the Philadelphia 76ers. Offices, Philadelphia.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
Hey, it's Toby from Wendy's. Our new breakfast burrito is a fully loaded breakfast. I don't even know if I have enough time to tell you everything that's inside. 2 fresh cracked eggs, seasoned breakfast potatoes, 6 strips of bacon, cheese sauce, wrapped in a warm flour tortilla. Yes! Now, come and get it. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's new breakfast burrito. Only at participating U.S. Wendy's.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Staples stores provide innovative products and services for small business, remote workers, and learners, even teachers and parents. Explore more at your local Staples store.
Giving blood is easy. It only takes about an hour, and a single donation can help save up to 3 lives. Donate now. Call 1-800-RED-CROSS or redcrossblood.org.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Parts of California remaining under a flood watch this morning after atmospheric rivers caused mudslides and power outages Thursday. This is resident Lauren Christie.
After everything that we've been through from last January, I think that everybody is definitely a little on edge with the storms, but luckily we have such a great community down here. You know, everybody pulls together.
Second storm expected Sunday. U.S. Defense Secretary weighing in the series of attacks on U.S. troops by Iran-backed Houthi rebels that left 3 people dead in Jordan. Fox's Jennifer Griffin.
Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin took questions about the looming U.S. response to Iran and its proxies for killing 3 Americans.
We're not at war with Iran. And yeah, the Houthis continue to do some things that are very irresponsible and illegal.
America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Washington Commanders have reportedly hired Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn as their next head coach. Quinn previously coached the Atlanta Falcons for 6 years, making it to the Super Bowl in 2016. In NBA action Thursday, the Los Angeles Lakers beat the Boston Celtics 114-105, and the New York Knicks get their 9th straight win as they defeat the Indiana Pacers 109-105. And ESPN reports that the Baltimore Orioles have acquired 3-time All-Star pitcher Corbin Burnes from the Milwaukee Brewers in exchange for 2 prospects and a 2024 draft pick. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. Tony Genualdo, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
News alert, Tennessee cooperated with the NCAA last time in part because they wanted to fire Jeremy Pruitt with cause. So they actually made a lot of money in that exchange. That over $1 million they spent in legal fees to help you out, to be the gold standard of cooperation that you, NCAA, called them, that was money well spent. Because that was a lot less money than they had to pay Jeremy Pruitt for a buyout when they found all the dirt on him and turned it right over to you. And you said they cooperated like no other. And now you're going to come back months later and try to say Tennessee has committed major infractions for doing what exactly? Exactly what every major program has done. Work the NIL system to their advantage. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our team delivers, installs, and offers 0% financing. Our revolutionary Price Assure program monitors chain stores in real time, ensuring our prices are always the lowest. Electronic price tags update instantly if necessary to give you the best value, because we're an easy drive right off 95. Upgrade your home with National Appliance Warehouse, where quality service and unbeatable prices come together for you.
The President's Day mega sale starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom today.
Time for your Fox News commentary.
Carol Markowitz.
What's on your mind?
Tween girls are in the social media crosshairs right now. Their crime, taking the appearance of their skin seriously. The complaint from the olds is that these kids today are using fancy products on their already perfect line-free faces. These Gen Alpha girls shop at Sephora, have a seemingly unlimited skincare budget, and buy out all the best products. Video after video online and whole segments on the Today Show on TV berates girls for things like using anti-wrinkle cream when they don't actually have wrinkles. Are some of these girls using unnecessary or even harmful products? Maybe. But do they deserve a barrage of nasty videos made about them in retaliation for being misguided? No. Social media plays a role, of course. These girls have been influenced by the older set. They've watched Get Ready With Me. Abbreviations are very in, and these videos are called GRWM clips, where an older, cooler girl applies an array of serums and potions to her already gorgeous face. The younger set copied the look and also the medium. There are now 11-year-olds making their own videos to showcase their skincare routine and applying a dozen products to skin without an ounce of damage in need of fixing. But so what? It's not like previous generations of tween girls didn't have a skincare routine. We did. It's just that our skincare routine was very bad. We would scrub our faces with street gravel, that is St. Ives apricot scrub, and follow it up with Oxy cleansing pads, which had the sensation of applying rubbing alcohol directly to an open wound. We thought we were fighting adolescent pimples, but any look at old yearbooks would show that that fight was very much in vain. Our makeup routine was similarly chaotic. We 90s teens plucked out all of our eyebrows and drew a thin line where the brows used to be. The lip color of our moment was dark brown lip liner with a lighter brown lipstick. We'd apply orangey self-tanner, or worse, go lay in tanning beds after school. We did not look good. We did not look well. In contrast, tween and teen girls today look fresh-faced, bright, and healthy. They're not scrubbing their faces to an inch of its existence. They read ingredients on products. The ones who are doing it wrong are learning and making corrections to their routines. They're motivated to take care of their faces, not turn themselves into pointy-browed monsters with rashes from all the scrubbing. Give them a break. As the Gen Alpha teen who lives in my home says when asked to defend the fact that she has a very basic skincare routine, I have skin too. They're not overdoing the makeup either. Less is more. Clean girl aesthetic with glass skin and glossy lips remains all the rage. The one weird thing this generation does do is overuse the highlighter. They will look back and wonder why they thought looking greasy was a good look. But that's a rite of passage for teenagers throughout history. Why did I do that to my hair? Why am I wearing that? Where did my eyebrows go? This generation is already too well put together and not nearly awkward enough. Let them have this. Let them make their mistakes and be free to experiment with skincare routines and makeup looks. And of course, let us borrow their products. I'm Carol Markowitz, columnist for the New York Post and FoxNews.com.
Does social engineering from leftist corporations make you feel like we're living in the Twilight Zone? Well, if so, you're not alone. Pure Talk, my wireless company, a veteran-owned company, they know the silent majority's fed up. And by the way, I'm calling on those Americans to stand with a company that champions your values. Those of you who have always had your neighbor's back, those of you that believe in pulling yourselves up by your bootstraps, those that realize a little bit of elbow grease can fix just about anything. Well, it's time to join the masses who have fled their old wireless company for something better. The exact same cell towers, same 5G network, and you save a fortune with Pure Talk. Now, by the way, they offer all of this at about half the price of the other guys, and with unlimited plans starting at only $20 a month. Yeah, the average family saving close to $1,000 a year for the exact same service. Now, our friends at Pure Talk, this veteran-owned company, it's simple to make the switch. They make it simple, fast, and easy. Dial pound 250, say the keyword SAVE NOW from our friends at Pure Talk.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or biglou.com.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed by real people ready to help, so you can get the right answers and products right when you need them. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Your floors can go from clean to dirty fast. From juice spills, whoops, to muddy paw prints, to little sticky finger marks. Good thing your Swiffer WetJet works fast too. Swiffer WetJet easily cleans everyday messes as quick as they happen. The next mess is right around the corner. So grab your Swiffer WetJet and just spray, push, all clean.
Drive through the winter season with Hessert Chevrolet, Philly's largest Chevy dealership. With the largest inventory and so easy to get to right on the boulevard in Northeast Philly, you can check out all the latest models. Sized to fit any family with all of the latest convenience and safety features you'd expect. And with a service department open 6 days a week, now is the perfect time to make sure your current Chevy is winter ready. So stop into Hessert Chevy today, where it's always your way.
Your way or no way at Hessert Chevrolet.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Friday, February 2nd. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in on the phones. Social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenland with the news. Greg Stocker is the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers on this Groundhog's Day Friday. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning.
Has that fat little rodent seen his shadow yet, or is it too early to tell?
He's supposed to be hibernating.
He's like Joe Biden. Gotcha. Gregory.
Is it Groundhogs or Groundhog Day?
Hog.
Whatever it is, I'll have the wrong side of it, and I'll be told about it on YouTube.
One hog.
Groundhog.
Boss hog.
Boss hog.
There you go.
So it's just the Groundhog Day. Gotcha.
Yeah.
By the way, for those watching this morning on the video component of YouTube, from what I gather, and this could be premature speculation on my part, but did Stocker deliver and come through?
Yes.
On the haircut.
Very nice.
Yes, I got a haircut.
Looking good.
Yep.
Little choppy off the back end?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little off the top, a little off the back.
Anything off the front with the bangs?
My wife is going to divorce me if I didn't get my haircut.
Little highlights?
Highlights? What are you talking about?
That's a girl thing. Sorry.
No, this is my natural color.
I know.
It's a good color.
Thank you.
All natural. All right.
My dad has like very little gray hair, and he's 70, so I feel like I'm in good shape.
You're going to have no grays, no recession, no receding hairline. It's the opposite of me. All right, we got.
But you have a good head, so.
Yeah, I do. Got a nice beam.
Yeah.
Nice squash.
Yep.
As they like to say. We got so many good things to get to today. This is going to be an action-packed show. Deja vu at the border. I'm going to feel like a sports radio host this morning in the Big Take. Apparently, I have to repeat myself yet again.
Why?
Because apparently, well, not apparently, we've seen the footage. Must be nice to assault a police officer, get arrested, not have to post cash bail, and as you're walking out, you just flip off the media and all the cameras that are gathered around to chronicle and document your heinous acts, and you just give the middle finger to America. What the hell, right? You're here on a free roll. We'll just put you up in a hotel. We'll pay for it from our tax dollars, and then you can just give us the middle finger. We'll get to that this morning. DUIs, Democrats, and deportation. That is on the docket this morning. Also, CNN saying, hey, MAGA Nation, if Taylor Swift was wearing a MAGA hat, you wouldn't have a gripe about anything.
I hate to say that CNN is correct.
We will debunk that coming up in a little bit.
Okay.
I'll tell you about that one.
You won't, but okay.
I'll try.
Okay.
Shane Gillis and Bud Light. What a turnaround this could be for Bud Light. And also, apparently, it is not a crime to have romper room in the Senate. As Capitol Police have said, you know what? Any thumping, you're going to go uncharged. Very interesting. Wonder if those were Republicans, how that would play out. We'll get to that this morning. Also, adults at day spas wearing diapers.
What the hell is happening in this world?
I'm telling you, this is going to be a show for all shows. And we're not. And that's before we get to 9 o'clock this morning. And we know what happens at 9 o'clock on a Friday. It's like the Senate when nobody's around. All right, cut sheet. The Olympics also on the docket this morning, so we have a good show for you. But let's get to all of the news. Round number one. The great Dawn Stenland at 6:05.
And good morning this Friday morning, February 2nd. 41 degrees, raw and rainy this Groundhog Day. Be safe as you drive in. A lot of slipping and sliding, a lot of accidents on our roadways this morning. Today, a somber day for us in our region and across the nation as the dignified transfer will happen today at Dover Air Force Base for the 3 U.S. Army reservists killed Sunday in that enemy drone strike in Jordan. So we know that President Joe Biden will attend after asking for the family's permission. And also accompanying the president will be First Lady Jill Biden, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, and Joint Chiefs Chairman General C.Q. Brown. So they're going to meet with the families privately before receiving the remains, those flag-draped coffins, according to the White House. From our region, Sergeant William Jerome Rivers, who was 46 years old, originally grew up in Willingboro, of course, had lived in Carrollton, Georgia, but leaves behind his wife and teenage son, as well as Specialist Kennedy Layden Sanders, who was 24 of Georgia, and Specialist Brianna Moffett, who was 23 of Savannah, Georgia. They were all killed in that drone attack over the weekend that we've talked a lot about on the U.S. base in Jordan, near the border with Syria as well as Iraq. So we are expecting that to happen today as well, and we are waiting for more word, as the White House and the president, of course, have promised retaliation for this.
And you said Secretary Lloyd Austin will be there as well?
Yes.
All right, so we do know his whereabouts, and he's accounted for. Good to know.
Yeah, he held that big news conference yesterday morning. We took part of it live.
Yeah, I have some of the for anybody who missed it, I have some of the cuts. We'll play at 7:45.
All right.
Yes. So in other news, a grieving community just shocked to learn the news that their longtime school board member was killed when a small plane crashed yesterday afternoon. This is Chester County, Pennsylvania, about 1:40 in the afternoon in a neighborhood right there in West Calm Township. So we've confirmed that it was a twin-engine Gulfstream American GA-7 small aircraft. It crashed in that area right between a home and some trees in the 500 block of Old Wilmington Road. The victim, identified as a beloved member of the community, 65-year-old Sam Ganaw of Cochranville, Pennsylvania. He was the school board president for the Octorara Area School District. So many people in the community just stunned by this. He was an experienced pilot, and there are many accolades to him as far as police and witnesses saying that the plane just missed the house. And so ultimately was able to navigate the plane. Something went wrong about 2 minutes after taking off from Chester County Airport. He was actually headed to Nashville, Tennessee.
Oh.
So we don't know who he was, expected to meet with or what that was about. But ultimately, the plane went down and crashed on some Amish property literally in the backyard of the home. Oh. So he was able to navigate enough to miss the house. And so the NTSB, of course, they always investigate every plane crash like this. They are headed here to this area to figure out what caused this deadly small plane crash.
All right.
We have in Lower Merion Township, this is Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, a jury reaching a verdict in the murder trial of 70-year-old Renee DiPietro. So she was on trial, accused of stabbing a man to death following a fight involving her son. Now, many are stunned by this verdict, and this has to do with a very petite lady. Her son called her and said that he was involved in a fight. In a bar, an Ambler. She was coming to pick him up, and so ultimately they're there with the vehicle, and the other person who he had been fighting with runs up to fight some more. She has a cane. She starts hitting him with the cane. Out of the bottom of the cane flies her blade, a knife, which ultimately she stabbed the other guy with, and ultimately he died.
She has a blade inside the
In
bottom
the
of the cane.
bottom of the cane.
Wow, that's like something you would see like in a weird movie or a
Yes.
TV show, right?
So she had argued that in fact that she was defending herself and her son, and the jury found her guilty of third-degree murder here. And so ultimately, the 70-year-old lady faces up to 20 years in prison upon sentencing. It was a jury trial.
Wow.
As they were reading the verdict, she turned to a family member crying behind her and said, "Don't give him the satisfaction of crying." This is a tough little lady.
Yeah.
But they had argued that she's very petite little lady, 100-pound lady who they said, the victim in this one who died ultimately, was twice her size.
Jeez. Blade inside the cane.
but blade inside the cane. And that was the prosecutor had said, no, she brought a knife to a fist fight.
Oh. Yeah.
So,
okay.
Win for the prosecution on this one. We'll see if her attorney, if she gets a different attorney, if she appeals. But a bit of a stunning verdict there in Lower Merion Township. Philadelphia police this morning investigating after a 6-month-old baby girl was left alone inside a daycare facility after it closed. So they show up at 5:30 p.m. on the daycare there. This is the Hunting Park section of the city on Whitaker Avenue. And the daycare stays open till 6. For some reason, it closed early. There's a 6-month-old baby inside. And so the family calls 911 when they found the daycare locked up. There's a panic. The police show up. In fact, the baby was inside, then taken into Children's Hospital for observation to make sure. They don't know how long the baby was left, but the lights were off, the place was locked up, and the baby was left in this daycare.
Could you imagine arriving to pick up your kid and seeing the place closed early, and you're like, all right, what are they going, like on a field trip? Where are they? And your child's... So that baby was the only single human being left in the place?
According to police who are investigating.
Oh, man, that's a lawsuit.
I have a clip coming up of a person who is going to go teach 4-year-olds. So maybe that'll give us some clue as to why we're not hiring our best and brightest for some of these jobs. Does that just...
oh, my goodness.
It's just a little teaser for you.
I think I know where you're going.
Yeah.
By the way, we have some good news and bad news. Philadelphia Sixers star Joel Embiid suffering a lateral meniscus injury in his left knee. That was happening. That was the one where the guy fell on his bad knee for the Golden State Warriors. But the good news is, oh my goodness, I don't know if you saw this. Tyrese Maxey with more than 50 points. We beat Utah 127-124. What an exciting game. And I don't know if you're going to play the Sir Charles Barkley sound announcing that Maxey's actually making the All-Star.
Is that correct? He made the All-Star game? Oh,
well, the preliminary.
Oh, okay.
The preliminary list.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of exciting.
I'm a big Tyrese Maxey guy.
So
I saw him play in Kentucky a few years ago.
You did?
Yeah, when I was down in
and
Nashville.
You felt it was exciting?
Yeah, he was a very good player.
Nice.
Yeah, I saw him play in the SEC tournament.
Well, at least we had an exciting night in Utah. We had an exciting win.
Had an exciting night at Parks last night. Damn February's underway, Dawn.
Damn February.
How you feeling this morning?
I feel great.
Good.
Zioli was one drink behind when he showed up, so Zioli goes beer, then he goes red wine, then he goes double shot of espresso. The next thing I know, he's on the stage putting on a performance.
Oh, my God.
It's like in a matter of 19
He's so
minutes.
Funny. It's hysterical. Well, we do have Groundhog Day today. I will point out to you that originally when Groundhog Day started back in the day with Germans, they used to actually eat the groundhogs.
Oh, yeah.
So, PETA, take that.
I've had rabbit before. I would not be against groundhog.
What do you think groundhog tastes like?
Rabbit.
Rabbit.
Bad steak.
Yeah, it's probably like very gamey.
Yeah.
Like a gamey meatloaf.
That's nasty.
Yeah. By the way, rabbit is phenomenal. Phenomenal. It's like the high end. If you didn't know you were eating rabbit, there was this place in Nashville I used to go to. It's a little like alleyway speakeasy old school bar, and they're like real small little dishes, but they were expensive, high end, and they had these rabbit sliders with
rabbit sliders
on these little
that sounds
rolls.
disgusting.
Poor little bunnies
with like this like a little bit of arugula and a little like a kind of like a Dijon mustard. You would think it's the best. It looks like ham. If I brought it to you, you'd be like, oh, that looks good. You bite it, and you'd be like, this is some good ham. I'm like, it's rabbit.
You know, rabbits are like people's pets, some of them.
Yes.
I mean, they shouldn't be because they're nasty, horrendous animals. But
do you think they cook the rabbit
No,
like the same
They're
way
nasty.
they did in the movie
We
with
had a
Michael
pet
Douglas
rabbit.
in the stove?
Probably.
Yeah.
Crazy in the pot.
Yeah. Was that E. Jean Carroll in that movie?
Stop. You better stop. You're going to get sued.
Oh, that's right. It could be defamation.
Yeah.
Do you ever notice that guys who are not billionaires don't get sued for that kind of thing?
Nothing to take.
You know?
How can you take? How can you get a settlement from zero?
You don't hear about a plumber.
No.
Yeah, she didn't. Well, anyway.
He defamed me.
We have Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. All eyes focused on Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Obviously, Groundhog Day. The forecast, I know it's so raw and rainy and just an ugly day. What did you call it? Damn February?
Yep.
Figuratively and literally.
Yep.
After dry January. But here's the good news. You're going to love the weekend. So today we will dry out, even though the roads are pretty nasty and it's pretty ugly out this morning. However, for the weekend, bright sunny skies, not a cloud in the sky. So tomorrow we're looking at mid to upper 40s. I'm pulling this up right now. Tomorrow we're looking at 45 degrees, and then Sunday 50 degrees, bright sunny skies. So that's the beautiful thing. It's been a long time since we've had both days of a weekend bright sunny skies. So enjoy it. This is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Don, thank you very much. 6:16 on a Friday morning. One last big take for the week.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Budget Blinds, the invasion, the disregard, and now the disrespect. I'd like to apologize right out of the gate today for this big take being somewhat similar or identical to yesterday's. You know, I thought my days of regurgitating myself day after day over and over on the same topic in sports talk radio were over, but apparently the message needs to be delivered again after yesterday's big take. On Thursday, we highlighted the disgrace at our southern border, the lies and contradictions coming from this administration, and also the disgusting assault that we all witnessed on New York City police officers at the hands of illegal immigrants in this country. But what I saw yesterday afternoon on television made my blood boil. Here is one of the illegal immigrants, in fact, two of them, that assaulted an NYPD officer walking out of court yesterday, giving the media the middle finger and spitting in the face of the criminal justice system, our country, and its citizens. Listen and watch Harris Faulkner from Fox News as this unfolded live on television.
Just into Fox News now, NYPD making two more arrests, illegal immigrants, and that attack on officers. Those suspects also allegedly stole an officer's cell phone. Well, that'll help them track you down. So a fifth illegal immigrant accused of attacking two New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret. He was seen, as you can see, giving his two middle fingers to the cameras moments after being released without bail. Florida Senator Marco Rubio wrote, "Message to America from one of the illegal immigrants who assaulted NYPD officers, walked free with no bail, and heads back to a shelter funded by taxpayers." So far, police have shared 4 mugshots of the now 7 people arrested in connection with the brutal beatings in Times Square.
So as you just saw there on YouTube, multiple scumbags flipping off the cameras as they get out of jail without having to post bail and showing zero remorse or regard for their actions. One of them in a Lakers jersey, the other in a red hooded sweatshirt. And this should make every red-blooded American's blood boil. This is on you, Democrats. This is on you, progressives. This is on you, sanctuary cities. This is on you, Eric Adams and Kathy Hochul. This is on every single American who voted for these America Last politicians and these failed progressive policies. Forget invasion. This is a war right now. You can forget Russia-Ukraine for a moment, forget Israel and Hamas for a moment, and for a moment, just put America and Iran to the side. This is war domestically, with these people coming up through a wide-open southern border and assaulting the men and women of our country. This is why I back the blue. And didn't I say yesterday on the show that I bet this migrant mob that assaulted and kicked these officers were probably not first-time offenders? We've got some details coming up on their rap sheet at 6:30, because I know I said this yesterday multiple times. And it's well past due that every governor, Republican or Democrat, send any and all services, forces, and bodies at their disposal that they have in their state to the southern border and defend our border and our ports of entry to stop this calculated, well-thought-out invasion. Ron DeSantis might be out of the primary picture, but he's not going to allow this to stand. Here's the Florida governor telling America and his state what he's doing to shore up the southern border. Listen and watch.
This is crazy that this is the case. So today, we are going to fortify our presence along the southern border. We're providing up to 1 battalion of Florida National Guard, as well as our first ever deployment of the Florida State Guard. And the goal is to help Texas fortify this border, help them strengthen the barricades, help them add barriers, help them add the wire that they need to so that we can stop this invasion once and for all. And the states have to band together. The states have to band together to be able to defend the rule of law. And we see the problems, the drugs, the crime, just the sheer number of people. What has that done to hospitals? What has it done to education? It's just, you just can't do it. I mean, we probably have had 10 million come illegally since Biden's been president. But that number, even if that was legal, we cannot absorb that many people. It's just not the way you do business. It's not the way you run a country. But it's also a larger issue. You know, if we don't have a border, then we are not a sovereign country. You either have a border or you don't. You're either a sovereign country or you're not. So what we're doing today is we're stepping up yet again. We're helping, and I know other states have done a lot, and I'm pretty sure some of these other states are going to do more. But what Joe Biden's administration has done is wrong. What they continue to try to do is wrong. And his failure to do his duty and satisfy his oath of office is something that represents one of the biggest failures of this administration.
All right, there's Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Protecting the citizens of America shouldn't be a partisan issue. There should be a bipartisan solution. But this was predictable. And you know who saw it coming? Donald Trump. That's right. Flashback time. Trump predicted that sanctuary cities would lead to catastrophe 5 years ago, way back in 2019. I guess the orange man isn't so crazy after all. Here's Trump's prediction 5 years ago. Listen and watch.
But we're apprehending thousands and thousands of people a day. And the law only allows us to hold them, as you know, for 20 days because of the most ridiculous laws probably we have in this country, whether it's catch and release or chain migration or any of them. The asylum laws are absolutely insane. They come up, in many cases, they're rough gang members. In many cases, they're people with tremendous crime records. And they're given a statement to read by lawyers that stand there waiting for them. Read this statement. And it says, I have great fear for my life. I have great fear for being in my country, even though in some cases, some of these people are holding their country's flags and waving their country's flags. And then they talk about the fear they have of being in the country, that the flag they were waving freely. A lot of sanctuary cities, so we'll give them to the sanctuary cities maybe to take care of if that's the way they want it, because we can only hold them under the current law for 20 days. We might as well do what they always say they want. We'll bring the illegal, really you call them the illegals. I call them the illegals. They came across the border illegally. We'll bring them to sanctuary city areas and let that particular area take care of it, whether it's a state or whatever it might be. And let's see if they're so happy. They say we have open arms. They're always saying they have open arms. Let's see if they have open arms.
That was Donald Trump from April 12th, 2019. Trump is racist. No, he's just one tough dude when it comes to being a leader and not giving a damn about your feelings because the facts hurt. We had a legitimate border under Donald Trump. Now we have gang members, rap sheets, drug dealers, assaults on American police officers, all threatening the safety of America. And Joe Biden did this to you. Biden did this to all of us in his first days in 2021. So if you think about it, those two cowards that flipped off the cameras walking out of the courts in New York are actually the byproduct of the left, and it's actually Joe Biden giving you the middle finger. It's Democrats giving you the middle finger. It's sanctuary cities telling you where to stick it. And oh, by the way, they've stuck the rest of us with the tab. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Budget Blinds. BudgetBlinds.com, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Free in-home consultations and the only no-questions-asked warranty in the business. Ask about their exclusive Inspired collection online at BudgetBlinds.com. You can weigh in 855-839-1210 at 1210 WPHT on social media and, of course, on YouTube. In the Kayal and Company comment community, just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Hit the like and subscribe button and be a part of the show today. We'll get some thoughts to what we saw yesterday on the other side. And then also some issues when it comes to more voting that is going on. 59 Democrats join in with the GOP, but 150 do not. Some of those details on the other side as we react to this migrant mob in America. Back after this on a Friday edition of Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Jonathan Cans, third-generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Have you had a service technician out recently from one of the large private equity-owned HVAC companies? Did they tell you to replace equipment you thought was working fine? Did you know that their service technicians have quotas that they either meet or get fired? Whoops, that was a secret. Here's another secret. My 70-year-old family-owned company does not have quotas. My guys are there to fix, not sell, and that's why you can trust us. Contact us now at marvinecans.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
This is Larry Steinhess of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Oh, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection sales event is going on now. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through February 29th. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated and a 6-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit lexusofcherryhill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5.25% annual percentage yield, or enjoy a shorter term with a 6-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Isn't it time to invest in yourself? Start at PI Dental Center. With the latest in digital technology to state-of-the-art treatment, PI Dental Center is a full-service practice. 2 board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, are originators of the Teeth in a Day protocol, a revolutionary treatment that delivers fixed teeth on the same day as the implants are placed. Hey, I've been a patient of PI Dental for over 20 years, and now is the time for you to invest in yourself. Visit PIDentalCenter.com to request your new patient evaluation.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Don Stenland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:31 Friday morning. Let's go, let's go. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, good to have all of you in. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. What's on the cut sheet coming up 7:45. Another pair of wrestling tickets to give away for our morning mystery movie clip at 9:20. Great time at Parks last night. Nice to see some of you show up last night, including our buddy Sid Weiss, who was wearing the green Zeoli Army hoodie. Very nice touch. A little Kelly Green twist to it. We got a lot of things to get to this morning. We will get to what Charles Barkley, Bob Costas, and Gayle King had to say on their unwatchable Wednesday night program in regards to the Taylor Swift obsession with conservatives out there. And I guarantee you know the direction we're going to be going in because in the direction of what they were talking about. But I do want to continue just for a couple of minutes here because there was a lot of developments, more details yesterday with some of these illegal immigrants that assaulted police officers in New York. We've got mugshots, we've got names, we've got details. We've also got reports that a few of them have fled on a bus to California. So they will become the problem of Gavin Newsom. But that video that I showed you in the Big Take this morning, the video of the two felons, because that's what they are. They're felons. You assault a police officer. It's a felony who assaulted these cops, flipping off the media. If you think about it for a second, don't think about it just in that isolated moment with this specific incident. This is very symbolic and emblematic of the problem that we have in this country today, Dawn, if you think about this for the last 3.5 years. Foreign nations don't fear us. Terrorists do not fear us. The cartel, illegal migrants do not fear us. Criminals locally here in the United States domestically do not fear the criminal justice system. They know the prosecutors will not prosecute them. They know they will get no cash bail. They'll be back on the street within hours. They know they will not see any prison time. They know that the cops are basically trying to police society with one arm tied around their back. We have allowed this country, nationally, globally, and locally, to become a joke when it comes to being pushed around. I can't believe that America, if you think about when America really took off economically, mid-'80s, right? Like early 80s, the United States was not the economic juggernaut. It was probably 84, 85, 86, 87 when this country just exploded economically. And we started kicking ass and taking names on every front with the military building up, the superpower that we've become or we once were. And now, and I'm just speaking about crime and the fact that it feels like the United States on every level has become that guy, that kid at school that routinely gets punched in the nose and never stands up for themselves. Yeah. And we're just allowing it to happen in every facet of society.
New York Post late city final cover this morning has the picture of the 4 of the 7 they've arrested.
Yep.
They crossed the border illegally, then beat 2 cops, were let go with no bail, and now police believe they fled the city. Mockery of justice. Mm-hmm. What a great cover.
Yeah.
Mockery of justice.
That's correct. Iran doesn't fear us. China doesn't fear us. Russia doesn't fear us. Gang members don't fear us. Nope. Criminals. Everybody knows they can just show up at a Target. California, if you steal $1,998, you won't get arrested. If you go over the $2,000 limit, then you go to jail. We've just created this, hey, let's just create this lawless society, and everybody that has somewhat of a functional brain knows that they can get away with it. It's like, when you're a parent and you don't discipline your kid and your kid knows that he can get away, you give him an inch, they take a mile. That's what's happening pretty much across the world right now when it comes to the United States and our ability to say, you know what, enough is enough. It's very sad.
Yeah, and to your point, Nick, I think Biden constantly blaming Congress, that worked in the past because it is true that our Congress, you can blame one administration after another for the failures that we don't have the policy. You just played Trump talking about it, that we have stupid laws. We don't have a cohesive system. But at this point, we saw that Trump we know through the power of executive orders, particularly when something reaches emergency levels. And you could take the opioid crisis, you could take this kind of crime, you could take your pick, but there's certainly enough here to sign some executive orders to take immediate action.
Yep.
So Biden cannot hide behind that old line of, oh, well, Congress needs to take action.
Yep. Congress needs to take action. Give me the money. I've been asking for more money. Everything that he undid the first couple of weeks in office in late January of 2021, he could completely reverse course on. All he would have to do is reprint the documents, pull out his little handy-dandy blue pen, and ba-boom. There you go. Doesn't do it. So, but he's done all he can, Dawn. He's done all he can.
Yes, and it's also the culture, and the culture that you create. In other words, think about taking a trek, because we have people coming from 120 some countries.
Mm-hmm.
So under Trump, people just said, no, we're not even going to begin the trip.
Yep.
It's the mindset of saying, no, we're not going to begin to take this because we know there's a pretty good chance under Trump that we're going to get turned around or they're going to keep us in Mexico, etc. Under this one, they felt even there are reports in the churches in impoverished, nations or troubled nations, people were being told Biden is welcome, and Obama too for a time until Obama flipped on the issue.
Mm-hmm.
But Biden welcomes you. So they feel like, hey, Biden is welcoming me.
Yep. You're right. And I think
inviting me, you know?
Correct. And we know the motive behind why they are, quote, inviting them. These guys should be in Rikers Island. There's no doubt about it. Johan Bowada, 22. That was the guy in the black Lakers Kobe Bryant jersey that was flipping off the cameras. Then you have Darwin Andres Gomez is Kayal, who's 19. Kelvin Servat Arocha, 19. Juarez Wilson, 21. Yorman Reverone, 24. Yohenry Brito, 24. And Yandre Barros, 21. And apparently a few of them have allegedly gotten on a bus to go to California. So I don't think this will be the last time that you probably have these individuals committing these acts, although who knows how you can keep track or keep tabs of them. And then yesterday when I was driving to Parks, this had to be 5:15, 5:30, Zioli was reacting to the story of 59 House Democrats yesterday joining Republicans to pass a bill to deport illegal immigrants that are caught driving under the influence. And that came down yesterday. And a lot of people were reacting and saying, okay, 59 said yes, if you are here illegally and you commit a DUI, you should be deported. But 150 Democrats voted against this. And this has been one of these things for a long time where, in this country, if you are here illegally, you better get, and I thought Rich made a great point. He's like, you better get an Uber. If you go out to a bar with your buddies, the last thing, if you want to be in America, and it's ridiculous that you're here illegally to begin with, but if you want to stay here, the last thing that you need to have occur is to get a DUI because you can be gone just like that. And I know a lot of people were kind of fired up that 150 Democrats still voted against this bill. I'm honestly looking at it from the other side of things. I'm actually shocked and stunned that 59 Democrats actually got on board with this because, as I said in the big take, they're complicit in this. Elections have consequences, and when you don't get tough on things like this, this is the byproduct. This is the result. I was surprised yesterday. The measure passed 274 to 150, but a little bit shocked that there were actually 59 Democrats that voted to get on board with this. And, when we talk about these issues, and it's, I feel like it gets lost in the shuffle a lot of time. I just want to highlight, and you can see the picture here on YouTube, Phil, if you can put this up. This is Jose Menvahar. Now, for like I said, 150 Democrats voted against the bill to automatically deport this guy. This guy is an illegal immigrant who has 4 deportations with 3 DUI convictions. And last month, during his third DUI, he killed Melissa Powell, 46, and her teenage son, Riordan, 16, in Colorado. And he got off without jail for days before the crash. We have to get seriously tough on this issue. We have innocent Americans dying because of people. And look, DUI's atrocious regardless. Never drive. I mean, no, I shouldn't have to say this. Never get behind the wheel after you've been drinking a lot, right? But you're here illegally. You commit a DUI and you kill somebody behind a vehicle, behind a wheel. I mean, I don't know how that family moves on and recovers from that. These are the things that some Democrats are still voting against in 2024, which I find appalling and shocking. But that's where we are in today's society, I guess.
By the way, Cavalcante is in the news. We'll have an update.
No, is he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Locally, remember the escapee.
All right. About 20 minutes out. We'll get to that in the early portion of the 7 o'clock hour. 855-839-1210. If you would like to jump in. Coming up next, Charles Barkley, Gayle King, Bob Costas on CNN tell MAGA Nation that if Taylor Swift was wearing that famous red hat, you'd adore her. Would we? We'll get into that on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A lot to celebrate today on this Groundhog Day. Hopefully, Punxsutawney Phil, sees that we'll have an early spring, and a lot at Piazza to celebrate as well, as Piazza is so excited to welcome 2 new members to their family of dealerships. And we love Piazza Auto Group. We love Piazza Premium Automobiles. There's the power of Piazza that we're always talking about here, Pennsylvania, Delaware, New Jersey. But we're so excited to help welcome in 2 new members of the Piazza family of dealerships, Infiniti Ardmore, as well as Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue. You're going to get the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect from the Piazza family of dealerships, including Piazza Premium Automobiles. So find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and so much more. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and, in rare cases, fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Listen to Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Learn about investing, tax strategies, and more. Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sunday mornings at 9.
Free speech lives here with Don Stenland weekdays 10 till noon. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
9 days out from the big game. Only 9 more days of Taylor Swift coverage. Actually 10, because everybody will be talking about it the day after the Super Bowl. Which, coincidentally enough, we will all be off the day after the Super Bowl. So that's good for President's Day. So we won't have to worry about that.
You're not on. No, that's not true.
What?
Oh, that's right. So it's a week after.
Yeah.
Okay. That's right, man. With the Super Bowl being so late this year, I felt like it was pushing right up towards President's Day.
Yeah, no, the President's Day is the 19th. The Super Bowl is the 11th.
Okay, so we will be here the 12th
Yes.
then. Okay.
Ah.
Thought we were going to avoid it.
The nice thing is a lot of people call in sick that day.
Oh, of course. Yeah, it's like the Thursday of March Madness when the NCAA tournament gets started. Nobody shows up for work on that day, which used to be a glorious thing back in the day. Kind of lost its luster. But one thing that has not lost steam is really every media outlet talking about the Super Bowl from the entertainment standpoint, as Taylor Swift has dominated the headlines, really, if you think about it, when it comes to sports and mainstream pop culture and media since September, when she became a fixture at Chiefs games with tight end Travis Kelce. I like to call him the lesser Kelce. Jason Kelce, the greater Kelce, the more manly Kelce. I don't know either's politics, but if I had to guess, I would think Travis Kelce, a little further left, and Jason Kelce, not left, but I could be dead wrong. Who knows? But CNN, we know they've created this new show. I think it's Wednesday nights at either 9 or 10 p.m. for an hour, a weekly show with Charles Barkley and Gayle King, who you also see. Does Gayle do mornings on CBS, or is she?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought maybe it was a Sunday morning type show, but I think she does that morning show on CBS with Nate Burleson and a few others. I do want to play you this clip here in a moment, but we'll kind of set it up this way. Bob Costas, longtime sports broadcaster who now works with CNN, and Charles Barkley, they actually think that Taylor Swift would be less criticized if she wore a MAGA hat. And I was thinking about all of the celebrities that you have seen over the years, in the last 8 or 9 years, that have worn a MAGA hat and how the public has perceived them. Do you remember, now I know he's back in the news again, and apparently he walks around society wearing like a black mask, not a mask like a COVID mask, but like a mask that actually goes over your entire head, and it fits real tight. It looks like he's wearing like pantyhose over his head, but they're real dark black, and it's Kanye West. Do you remember when Kanye West was a big Donald Trump supporter and he wore the MAGA hat, and how everybody lost their mind that like the #1 hip-hop artist was a MAGA supporter? I don't recall him getting preferential treatment or positive media coverage from the mainstream establishment outlets when he was wearing a MAGA hat. So I don't know that Taylor Swift would be viewed in a positive light. But let's hear the full clip. This was Bob Costas, Charles Barkley, and others on CNN talking about the Super Bowl, Taylor Swift, and MAGA Republicans. You remember when Kanye West was a big Donald Trump supporter and he... No, that was Nick Kayal. Nick Kayal was on CNN last night, folks. How did I do that?
Cool.
I was at Parks and at CNN at the same time.
Hang on.
Actually, I recorded that in advance.
All right, starting over, Phil. Go.
I'll just say, I'm going to look right in that camera. If you're screaming at Taylor Swift saying she ruined her, you're just a loser. You're just a loser or a jackass. You can be A or B.
One of the two.
One of the two.
You know what? When it comes to the Super Bowl, where a lot of people who don't watch football all year long double the audience even of the conference championship games, part of that is the halftime entertainment.
Yes.
A huge part of it is the commercials.
Yes.
So for people all of a sudden, because they don't like something about Taylor Swift, either they don't like the Chiefs or they've inferred that Taylor Swift might not be a Trumper, then they're annoyed by Taylor Swift. I can guarantee you that all this news on Fox News would not be happening if she was wearing a MAGA hat.
Yeah.
They would love it.
Oh, but look at all the new people she's brought to the NFL. You see young teen girls who are now watching football.
And it's hard to imagine the Super Bowl could have a larger rating, but in a small percentage, it may even up that. And in terms of merchandise sales, the Travis Kelce jerseys and all the rest, and the attention to regular season games, the NFL reigns supreme not only over sports, but over all of American entertainment. In a fractionalized universe, it's the only thing that consistently aggregates huge audiences. Like 90 of the top 100 rated television shows in a given year are football games, almost all of them NFL games. And so you would think they couldn't improve on that, but now they've tapped into another demographic.
Okay, so that was Bob Costas, Charles Barkley, and Gayle King on CNN. And by the way, if she ever wore a MAGA hat, she would probably lose 45% of her base. But I just want to be clear, because sometimes I feel like people think that I just can't stand or I hate Taylor Swift. A couple of bullet points. Number one, I do not hate Taylor Swift. Number two, she's on top of the industry. She's on top of the world. Number three, she's super talented. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that I have Taylor Swift songs on my Spotify account, but I don't deny how great she is. She could very well be, it's different than Madonna, but she is, a generational performer. I don't dispute her abilities. I don't think she's one of these, lip-syncing, voice-tracked phenomena. She's genuinely a talented vocal performer. Now, I disagree with her politics, but that's fine. I disagree with a lot of people on the left with their politics. I still can consume their content. I like Bruce Springsteen. Bruce Springsteen's a lefty. I still love The Boss. I don't listen. If I hear "Baby We Were Born to Run," I don't just turn it off because he's left wing. But the only thing I've said consistently is I'm sick of the media and the NFL media's 24/7 coverage of it, and I think I have a right to be sick of it as a consumer of their product. When you consume somebody's product and you're a reason that they are successful and exist, you have a right to voice your opinion. Just like the people that listen to us every day on the Odyssey app or 1210 or watch us on YouTube, if they don't like something I say or Greg says or Dawn says, you have every right to gripe about it because you're the reason we're here. Now, we can go back and forth and spar, but you absolutely have a right as a consumer of this show to say, I didn't like that segment, or I didn't like that clip, or I didn't like what Greg said. You have every right to do that. So that's kind of where I'm at. And then the last thing I would say, like I've said in the past, I think she's incredibly talented. But, realistically on a Friday night at a bar in Manayunk, she's a 6 out of 10.
Oh, my gosh.
That's it. That's all I've ever said.
Here's the thing. Better than Kanye, remember Chris Pratt. And he didn't wear a MAGA hat, but I think we know, he's a person of faith, and I think he is a conservative. But remember, they were trying to cancel him over his Gadsden flag T-shirt.
Oh, really?
And some of his other comments. I think Chris Pratt is a great example of a major movie star who I think is conservative, but I think that he had to be a little careful and quiet down a little bit, because I think if you are a conservative in Hollywood, they will do everything if you're in the public eye, they will do everything. But in particular, if you are a conservative woman, they will just tear you down. But look at Chris Pratt. Think about what happened with him.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's a better example than Kanye.
Yeah.
Simply because I think Kanye genuinely has some mental. He's bipolar. He has acknowledged he's had a lot of mental health issues, and he made those weird anti-Semitic comments that he had to back away from, etc.
Yeah.
But to me, Chris Pratt's the better example because he was this beloved superstar, Star-Lord, right? Guardians of the Galaxy, etc. And all of a sudden, he was wearing that T-shirt and no, "Don't tread on me," etc. And and they all hated him and tried to blackball him.
Yeah, I think there are certain people, especially if you don't fit what is the perception of a typical MAGA Republican, like Kanye West or a female, then you get it at a much higher feverish pitch. Like, to a lesser extent, we've seen Kid Rock. I kind of figured Kid Rock was a MAGA Republican, so he doesn't take as much of the brunt. Yeah. Who was the comedian that's really been pro-Trump lately? Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider was a media darling with Adam Sandler for many years, and now he's done a lot of the anti-cancel culture movement stuff on tour, and he's kind of a conservative or a Trump supporter. I'm not sure specifically how he aligns, but he definitely goes down that direction and that path. So those guys are viewed a little bit differently. But you're right, female conservative, African-American man, you're looked at it completely differently then, I think.
You guys are not discussing, you're discussing who's conservative and who's not. What Bob Costas says, that if Taylor Swift was wearing a MAGA hat, everybody, you guys, would be like, oh, she's great. And you guys would welcome her into the fold.
I would say, no, I the bullet points I rattled off of what I feel about her wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't be sitting here saying, pounding my chest, oh my God, Taylor Swift. I would sit there and be like, it's pretty courageous to come out there and publicly do that, because I think if Taylor Swift did don a red MAGA hat, she would probably piss off, 95% of her base.
Of course she would.
Yeah.
She would,
I'm not looking for people to be on my team.
If she was going to endorse Donald Trump, you guys would love it.
I would say she's on the right side as far as getting the endorsement right, because usually she gets the wrong man all the time. That's why all of her songs are about failed relationships. But no, I would say that's pretty ballsy by you, and I think there would be a lot of backlash against her.
But that was my exact point, and I said this right off the bat about Taylor Swift. That's why I won't criticize her. I still like her. Because if she, and I said this like 2 weeks ago,
I would
if she
advise
were
her
a conservative,
stay out of it.
Right,
Regardless.
I would advise her to stay out of it.
Yeah.
But if she's a conservative or she's not a conservative, I'm not going to cancel one over the other, because then I'm as bad as the other side and what they do.
I would say whether she's Republican or Democrat, I would say Taylor Swift, if you don't want to alienate one single percentage of your base, just be neutral. Like Michael Jordan was great at that. He never got involved in politics. Ever.
It was a different time, though.
You have a different. You have a whole group of people now that pretend that Kid Rock has good music because he's perceived to be on your team.
Oh, do they perceive it to be good? I've always thought it was trash.
Just like everybody's like, oh yeah, Kid Rock is on our like.
I mean, I liked him in high school.
His music is garbage.
Yeah,
it's absolute garbage.
It is.
You're such a music snob.
Oh, it is.
No, you're right.
There's nothing. There's no. Ugh.
Like the original song when he became famous, "I Want to Be a Cowboy." I liked that song in 1999, but I was
horrendous.
But I was 15.
Yeah, it's horrendous.
But like now that I go back and think about it and listen to his songs, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It is not great music, but it sells. They say Nickelback wasn't good and Creed wasn't good, and they sell millions of records. So the heck do I know?
They said Queen wasn't good.
Are you serious?
They said that back in the day, but now everybody agrees.
We need a little Queen and Bowie later in the show. All right, 6:57. We'll come back. Kickoff hour number 2. Dawn has some news. Bud Light went down the road of Peyton Manning, and they're going down the road of Clydesdales at the Super Bowl. They continue their rehab image and their rehab tour with a canceled comedian from SNL. I think it'll pay off, and we're back after this on Kayal and Company.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Some people bring joy wherever they go, some whenever they go. Mark Twain found humor all around. Never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. Humor. Pass it on from passiton.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
Ring in 2024 with up to 10% off on new Grand Cherokees and Wranglers. Save up to 15% on new Gladiators, Compasses, Renegades, and Ram trucks at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Visit TurnersvilleJeep.com and view over 250 Jeeps and Ram trucks available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hi, it's Ian Bush. If you're looking for that perfect piece of furniture, you have to check out Bucks County Estate Traders. They have the largest in-stock inventory in the region, and I mean largest, enough to fill a 58,000 square foot showroom. Quality, high-end furniture and accessories, modern, traditional, mid-century, all types of European styles, current pieces, as well as antiques. They'll arrange to ship anywhere, or you can pick up in-store. So visit them on Bethlehem Pike in Hatfield or at buckscountyestatetraders.com.
D-Day, January 6, 1944. It's Dom Giordano. This isn't another luxury tour. It's a pilgrimage. And you know why. The 80th anniversary of the momentous event you and I call D-Day, Operation Overlord. The invasion that sealed the fate of Adolf Hitler. Be there for the ceremonies. The only day of the year to meet survivors of the invasion. 11 days in Europe, fully escorted by America's leading expert on France and the D-Day invasion, Ken Chase. $55.89, including airfare. Daycare, the Champagne Day trip, the City of Light, Paris, the Battle of the Bulge, General Patton's gravesite, the Siegfried Line, Mulberry Harbor, Utah and Juneau, even at King Tiger, Bastonia and the Foxholes. See where the Rangers scaled the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, St. Mary Église. It's June 6th, so this event sells out quickly. Call now, 888-733-9494, or go to conservativetours.com. Omaha Beach on June 6th. Be there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you expecting a commercial there? Well, when describing the feeling of owning your own swim spa or hot tub, sometimes words can be hopelessly inadequate.
If you like what you hear, Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of Southeastern PA can help by transforming your outdoor living space. Everything you need to bring luxury, health, and enjoyment home with you is waiting at Jacuzzi Hot Tubs of SEPA.com.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own crash-proof game plan.
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, those chocolate-coated cakes with the creamy layer of peanut butter inside. There's Crimpets, the light sponge cakes topped with rich icing for people who like the classics. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and you can't forget about the delicious new Dippin' Sticks flavors. There's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Hi, it's John DeMasi, host of Health Watch, a live call-in show airing every Sunday morning at 8 a.m. on WPHT. What would you do to protect yourself this cold and flu season? Well, medical hydration therapy at Innovative Medical Associates could help to boost your immune system. That's because vitamin C and other key nutrients are delivered intravenously right to your cells. Medical hydration therapy may even lessen symptoms should you become ill with a virus or suffer with long COVID or post-COVID conditions. Dr. Molly Fantasia at Innovative Medical Associates prescribes a personalized treatment plan for every patient.
We are a medical facility. We treat our IV protocols or our hydration protocols as a medical modality.
Learn more about the benefits of medical hydration therapy at innovativemedicalassociates.com. And be sure to join Dr. Molly and me on Sunday mornings at 8 and again at 4 for Health Watch on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
It's Kayal and Company, always sitting pretty as we continue to roll on. Hour 2 underway. What's on the cut sheet coming up? 7:45. A lot of conversation last night at Parks about our conversation on the show yesterday around MREs, meals ready to eat, and the fact that I was mystified by places like Costco that actually advertise, package, and brand it that way. And Anthony Dorenzo, if you were watching yesterday on the show, his dad, David Dorenzo, apparently brought in some of those kits. And we were looking at them and talking about them. What was it, late in the 8 o'clock hour yesterday? It was either right before Sean Farash or after that. So if we can do that, and I'm not sure if we have the capabilities, but if we are, able to, I think we should do a taste test.
Yeah.
On the air in the 9 o'clock hour today.
I think it's pretty simple to make. So,
Okay.
And it's Friday, so there's nobody here. So
Well,
it's not like, you know what I mean? So
it's basically not Tuesday, so we should be fine from that standpoint. So we'll do that coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. And a lot of people have said when I was getting tweets yesterday that they're actually relatively tasty, that they're not terrible. They're not as bad as you would assume.
Well, you'll do a taste test. And
Yeah.
You'll tell us.
Yeah. So we'll do that coming up. Also, Senate sex tape. We talked about that story. Capitol Police coming out yesterday, and they will decline to press charges. We'll get to that. Also, Bud Light continues their rehabilitation tour with a new partnership. We will tell you about that. But let's get to the news. Round number 2 here at 7:05. And for that, we give you the great Dawn Stenland.
And good morning in Kayal and Company News Live this Friday morning, Groundhog Day, 41 degrees with the rain letting off this morning. I know it's raw and rainy and slippery this morning, but the rain will subside. Full forecast coming up in just a moment. Suburban carjacking ended with a crash this morning just outside a Delaware County police building in Lansdowne. So police say the crash happened literally crashed right outside the police department station right there on South Lansdowne Avenue. But ultimately, they say it all started in Upper Darby, ended after that carjacking suspect lost control, slippery conditions this morning, and then crashed into a street sign and then some posts right there. So they surrounded the vehicle after the crash, and we are expecting an update on potential arrests. And I don't have reports of any injuries, thankfully, on that one. We told you this morning that we are expecting to see, of course, national coverage of what happens in our region with the dignified transfer in Dover, Delaware. So that will happen at Dover Air Force Base today with the 3 U.S. Army reservists who were killed Sunday, of course, in that enemy drone strike in Jordan. And, of course, one of those individuals killed a veteran, 46-year-old Sergeant William Jerome Rivers. He grew up in Willingboro, South Jersey, right here in our region. So many prayers for these Gold Star families as they are here in our area for this. It's a dignified transfer, but such an emotional moment when you see the flag draped,
sure,
coffins come in, and it just hits you, the level of sacrifice that not just these Army members are making, but their families.
It hits you too locally when it happens to a police officer killed in the line of duty, and they bring the folded flag to your surviving spouse or anything like that. Those are tearjerkers. There's no question about it.
Yeah, in this, you're right, Nick. But if for our local police officers, they're protecting our local community. I think it does make me think, we are the world's police.
Yeah.
And the price that we pay.
That's right.
So I know that will be something that we will all, certainly our prayers are with those family members and certainly the local family members. A longtime school board member killed when this small plane crashed yesterday afternoon in Chester County, Pennsylvania. Everybody's talking about it. It happened in a neighborhood in West Calhoun Township. Twin-engine Gulfstream American GA-7 small aircraft here. The victim is identified as 65-year-old Sam Ganaw of Cochranville, Pennsylvania. A beloved gentleman, beloved family or community member, I should say, was actually the school board president of the Octorara Area School District there. So there's a lot of reaction to this last night and this morning. I know NTSB investigators will be on the scene, and the witnesses and the local police, their West Calhoun Township Police Chief, Kurt Martinez, speaking out, saying that it was incredible because literally the plane just missed the house and came in between the backyard. But it could have been, it could have been worse, if you will, but obviously we want to know what happened there. The jury reaching a verdict, finding a 70-year-old mother, this is on the main line of Philadelphia, 70-year-old, very petite little mom, guilty of third-degree murder. Prosecutors accused Renee DiPietro, who authorities say stabbed a man to death following an altercation involving her son. They say that Mrs. DiPietro, that she brought a knife to a fist fight. That was the line from prosecutors in Montgomery County as she was being led away in handcuffs, taken away, and she faces up to 20 years behind bars in sentencing. The family of the murder victim, 31-year-old Michael Sides, they had spoken out saying justice was served as they watched, those bailiffs leading Mrs. DiPietro away as her family members, her husband, her family members were crying and sobbing in the courtroom. But this was an emotional scene yesterday. What happened? Her son, Jason, had apparently gotten involved in some kind of a brawl at an Ardmore pub. And the son, Jason, calls mom and dad to pick him up. So they call an Uber, right?
Yeah.
Call an Uber. Calls mom and dad. Mom and dad come to the scene now. Somebody reportedly comes out and still is trying to punch back or what have her, continue the fight outside of the bar. She's a little lady with a cane, but at the bottom of that cane is a blade.
It's unbelievable.
And she strikes him with the cane. The blade kind of on its own, it looks like it flies out.
Uh-huh.
And then she takes that, and she says it was a case of self-defense. Part of this was that they showed video that they said that the couple, the parents, nor their son ever tried to help the victim once he was down and stabbed. They just drove away. They left. And that they should have called 911.
Unless I missed it, did you say what the age was of the son who called the mom?
They're in their 30s.
Okay, here's my...
She's 70 years old.
Yeah, here's my issue. I didn't pick up on this the first time around, but I think this is worth pointing out. What kind of dude, I'm just going to talk like a man for a second here. What kind of dude gets into a bar fight in their 30s and then calls their 70-year-old mom?
Thank you.
Seriously. Hey, mom, I just, it's not like even if you're 21 or 22 and you're a college junior or senior and you're legally eligible to be in a bar, if you get into a bar brawl, why are you calling your 70-year-old mom who's, 5'1", 97 pounds? Yeah. If you got mopped up by this dude, what is mom going to do?
Yeah. Now, online, you always see all of the videos, and sometimes I send them to Rich Zioli because of Mama Zioli, being an Italian mom.
Yeah.
And by the way, she's Renee DiPietro from West Oak Lane.
Don't mess with Renee
Okay, they live on the
DiPietro.
main line now, but right. And so she's a tiny lady, but she's tough, and she felt like that mama bear.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, the whole thing is a tragedy. To your point.
This should be a PSA to muggers everywhere out there. If you think you're going to mug a 70-year-old lady with a cane and she's small and petite, you might want to think twice about it because she could have a blade at the bottom of that cane. Yeah, I'm just saying. That's a little clever contraption she created there. You think she's sitting at home with her cane on the counter and she's busting open the bottom to slide that blade in there?
Well, she's not at home now.
No.
I mean, at this point now, her husband and son are at home without her, and she faces sentencing and could face. I mean, she's 70, so she could face 20 years behind bars.
It's basically she's done. It's life. Yeah.
Police are still investigating. We don't have answers about this daycare facility that closed, and we don't even know on Whitaker Avenue in the city's Hunting Park section. We don't even know how early it closed, but the family shows up, and many families can relate to this. You show up at the daycare, you have until 6 o'clock, so they show up at 5:30, half an hour before the daycare is, every day closes up. Show up at 5:30, lights are out, place is locked up. They believe that their baby's inside, and sure enough, the baby is. Call the police. There's a mad panic. Sure enough, the 6-month-old baby is inside the daycare, and nobody's there. Lights out, locked up, etc. So the baby is doing okay, was taken. Police took the baby to CHOP to make sure because the baby was suffering from dehydration and that sort of thing. So we don't know what in the world happened here, but there could be criminal charges as a result of this for child endangerment.
As
But the
a parent,
family,
you've got to be absolutely
oh my God,
livid.
Oh my God. By the way, we had talked this past summer a whole lot for weeks about Danilo Cavalcante. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
So he is, he is behind bars, presumably for the rest of his life in, I believe, Phoenixville. but he's the escapee who eluded authorities for weeks and basically shut down parts of Kennett Square and Chester County. He's back in court today to face further charges for the fact that he, conducted that escape. So he's facing further charges. I'm just going to point out to you, as you look at the coverage, I don't see anybody locally pointing out the fact that this guy is an illegal person who came to this country, and his home country in South America and Brazil wants him for, he's accused of murder back in his home country.
So are we going to extradite him?
No. No.
Okay.
We're still proceeding here and paying for him to be imprisoned after we paid for the search, after he, is a convicted killer of a woman in Chester County. But we're now he's going to be in court today because we're going to keep him even longer in our prisons.
Yeah. I'm still wondering if Shapiro ever gave that guy the Eagles hooded sweatshirt that he promised him.
Those are expensive.
They are.
So my final story, I don't know, Phil Almquist is our favorite Phil, but today it's all about Punxsutawney Phil. So Groundhog Day, thousands are gathered right now at Gobbler's Knob, Western Pennsylvania. Handlers of a groundhog named Punxsutawney Phil. They're going to announce right around sunrise whether or not he sees his shadow. 6 more weeks of winter. Will he predict? If he sees his own shadow, then he'll predict 6 more weeks of winter. I'll point out to you, generally they do predict more winter, but according to all the stats, they're only correct 40% of the time.
Okay. Well,
so there's that.
Okay. So, but the reality is, spring is officially always the first day is, what is it, March 21st, I believe?
Yeah, so
yeah,
one way or another,
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm done with the whole groundhog thing. I think it's another thing that we just need to move on from. Daylight savings time, Punxsutawney Phil. What was that place called? Handler's Knob? What is it called? Gobbler's Knob?
Handler's Knob is a different establishment.
I guess.
You're so funny. Oh, my gosh. Well, PETA would love you, but Groundhog's Day, will he see the shadow? You're so funny. Let's get to the forecast this morning. 43 degrees right now. It's still overcast, still some spotty showers at times. And later in the day, the rain should just give way to more clouds. So pretty much a gloomy, not a great day for us on this Friday. But we are teed up for, my goodness, at least 5 days of sunshine. The weekend will be bright and sunny. So if you're looking for some vitamin D, get outdoors. 45 degrees for your Saturday. And for Sunday, nearly 50 degrees, bright sunny skies. We continue that pattern of mid-40s and not a chance of precipitation through at least midweek of next week. So February comes in like a lamb. There are some long-range forecasts, however, saying don't think we're out of the woods yet. No matter what the groundhog says, many are saying that mid to late February, we will see at least one more good snowstorm. So that's the dun-dun-dun. That's the little tease that they're giving us. But for the next 5 days, nice sunny skies after we get through today, Friday.
All right.
Hey,
Kayal and Company News Live.
Hey, Suze wants to know what the over/under is on the groundhog seeing its shadow. Should we place a bet?
Yes. Now, what do we think's a fair number here? You said over/under, so what number are you?
It was a joke, but we can just take a bet on if we think
yes or no.
Yeah.
It's pretty cloudy, so I'm going to say he's not going to see a shadow.
I'm going to say no as well.
I'll be the contrarian. I'll go yes.
All right.
I'll go yes.
We're going to put $20 on the line, and that goes to the Travis Manion Foundation for our radiothon that's coming up next month.
That is
$20
correct.
on the line.
Yep.
Just about 7 weeks out from that, by the way.
Do they have they have lights and there are camera lights out there? That's what's not fair.
There are more people. I'm watching it right now on Fox News.
Yeah.
There are more people in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania right now that would show up for that than a Joe Biden rally. It is unbelievable. It looks like it looks like a Trump rally.
That's a great point.
There's got to be hundreds and hundreds of people there.
I think we should start our own tradition and have our own Phil Almquist just stand out by the parking garage, and if he sees his own shadow, we'll just start our own thing.
I think next year on Groundhog's Day, I'm going to come in and do the show dressed up like the guy that's wearing the top hat and the black coat with the bow tie. I'm going to do the show next year on Groundhog's Day just like him.
How do they get away with an all-guys group? Do they have any women in this group? How
Are you saying it's not diverse enough, Dawn?
I'm just saying, no, I don't care, but, because that's their little...
Yeah.
You'd have to go to the meetings. Like, no woman would, in her right mind, would waste her time on that.
Yeah.
But seriously, I'm actually amazed that nobody points that out.
I'm not sure I could find.
come?
I'm not sure I could find Punxsutawney, PA, on a map. But I digress. Don't forget, coming up today, it is day number 2 of our Disney keyword. That is at 8:30. Yesterday's keyword was Disney. Today we have a second keyword.
What time?
That'll be 8:30 this morning.
8:30.
8:30 this morning. You'll take that to 1210WPHT.com and enter it, and that will be day number 2. We will do this each and every day at 8:30 up until Thursday, February 22nd, and we will announce our winner on Friday, February 23rd, live on the air, which, by the way, is also the South Carolina primary day. So very busy day that'll be coming up in less than 3 weeks' time. All right, coming up next, we will get to Shane Gillis and Bud Light, and still on the way, no charges for sex in the Senate, says the Capitol Police. As we continue, cut sheet about 25 minutes out here on Kayal and Company.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Just want to remind you about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, my dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group in East Norriton. Because it's a new year, time to focus on your health, particularly your oral health, because poor oral care can contribute to other conditions such as endocarditis, cardiovascular disease, and pneumonia. Dr. Bentz can address current issues and possibly prevent future ones. Get that beautiful smile, too, that you've always wanted. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Book that appointment today, or 610-272-6949.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same, but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the name brands at up to 95% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but for 95% less. It's the same medication, still prescribed by a licensed medical provider, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Daily Company, 726, as we continue here on a Friday morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We'll get to the Bud Light Shane Gillis story. If you don't know what that's about, we'll tell you about in probably just about 10 to 12 minutes because there's some audio with it that I want to play for you. But I did mention we have an update on the Senate sex tape. If you recall that story that we talked about a while ago, Capitol Police have declined to press charges. This story coming out yesterday. And if you recall, the incident happened inside of the Hart Senate office building. This was just about 7 weeks ago on December 13th. The U.S. Capitol Police announced yesterday that they have declined to press charges following the filming of a, quote, sex video that was recorded inside the Senate building on the morning of Wednesday, December 13th. If you recall, this was a male-on-male sex tape filming. After consulting with federal and local prosecutors, as well as doing a comprehensive investigation and the review of possible charges, it was determined that, quote, despite a likely violation of congressional policy, there is currently no evidence that a crime was committed. They go on to say, although the hearing room was not open to the public at the time, the congressional staffer involved had access to the room. The two people of interest apparently were defiant. They were not cooperative with authorities, nor were the elements of any of the possible crimes met, Capitol Police continued, as they went on to say that the congressional staffer, who has since resigned from his job, exercised his Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and refuse to talk to us. So there's your update on that. I thought that was a pretty interesting story because we talked about that a lot, I think, what was that, almost 2 months ago now.
It's gross.
It really is.
And I can't believe that there's not any charge.
They said that there was no. What's amazing to me is, if you think about this, go back to when we had cocaine at the White House. You know, nobody could seem to find who the cocaine belonged to. Of all the places that are, under video surveillance over the summer, when we were talking about that story in July, it just seems to me, and to be honest, I don't even remember. I think it was a Democratic senator that was involved in this because the member, the guy that worked for the senator was the Democrat from Maryland, Ben Cardin. It's just amazing. Let me ask you this, Don, and I try not to be a partisan hack. I try to call it like I see it. If these were Republican senators, do you think this would have played out the same way?
No, I mean, okay. And
I'm just asking.
I don't. I believe that if these were Republicans, that there would be at least a trespassing charge because they love to charge Republicans with trespassing in the Capitol.
Yes, January 6th. And, for those that committed crimes on January 6th, you deserve what you got. But for those that did nothing wrong, that were just walking around, because we know you can walk around the Capitol, right? We've seen people, to your point, and I'll take it a step further, forget January 6th for a moment, to continue on the theme and the trend of people getting away with certain things based on political affiliation. What did we see with the LGBTQ protests at the Capitol, where they went into other congressional elected officials' offices and were sitting down on the floor, right? Like, wouldn't you think that that's trespassing? I don't know that you actually have legal right to be in somebody's actual office inside of the door sitting down, quote, Indian style on the floor in front of their desk, right? So to your point, it does make you wonder how, well, we just really couldn't arrive at any legal conclusion that there was an element of a crime that was met and satisfied. And, oh, by the way, they were just not cooperative. So we'll let bygones be bygones and, move on.
I'm looking up. So there are people speaking out saying that there are many laws, not just trespassing, but D.C. law forbids somebody in a public building or in public in general to make an obscene or indecent exposure of his or her, and I'm just going to paraphrase, private parts, and to engage in relations, etc. And the law is actually very explicit. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but ultimately it says to engage in a sexual act, etc. So there are laws that they could have, charged them with something.
Do you guys feel that if this was a heterosexual couple doing this, it would have been different as well?
Yep.
True. I didn't even think about the man-on-man element, to be honest.
Because they could then claim discrimination. It's like, oh, you're only bringing charges against it because
you're homophobic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's a great point.
This is all, in my opinion, this is all because of the type of relations that it was.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes, which goes with the continued trend and theme that, if you are a straight white individual, you will feel the wrath. If you are in, quote, a marginalized community, you can operate with carte blanche and operate scot-free.
What bothers me as well is that, that you mentioned that the staffer, Aiden Mace Chaiparaki, I can't even say his name, the staffer for Senator Ben Cardin, he's the one who lost his job, and he's the one who posted it publicly. But they never, and he's a younger guy, but they never said who the older, quote unquote, gentleman is. Who is that?
Gotta protect that
older
identity,
gentleman.
Yep.
The one who's giving, right?
Exactly.
So it was okay. So the older was giving to the younger. Well,
the younger one.
You got to teach the young guys lessons these days. You know?
Dawn wants to know how old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They just said older gentleman.
And who?
Who is that?
We got to get our best detectives on this.
By the way, breaking news.
Yeah.
Well,
Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow.
I lost
early
again.
spring.
So you, Nick, owe us, but you really owe the Travis Manion Foundation.
I can do that.
TMF.
Yes.
$20. By the way, Patrick writes it, and it says, "Stop pushing gambling so much. It's a terrible vice that ruins families."
Yeah. So's smoking, so's drinking, Chief.
Patrick, just because you can't get your S together doesn't mean that we can't have a little fun here on the radio.
Yeah.
So calm yourself.
It's not really gambling. It's a donate. It's basically one of us.
No, it's
gives a donation to Travis Manion Foundation.
It's gambling. We're
gambling.
just gambling to a tremendous cause that we will raise a ton of money for. Next month. So
Travis, wait, what was the
we
guy's
can handle our stuff.
Yeah.
So
Who was the listener?
Patrick.
Patrick, where do you see my gambling tickets I post tomorrow on Twitter? I'm going to bet golf.
Oh,
I'm going to bet
gambling.
college basketball. I might even bet a hockey game just for Patrick.
If you don't like it, then don't gamble.
It's called personal accountability and
handle it,
responsibility.
then don't gamble.
That's right. Control your vices, baby.
Well, just donate to the Travis Manion Foundation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Just do that because that definitely keeps families together. Patrick.
Correct. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll get some calls on the other side, and then the Bud Light Shane Gillis update. I think this is a step in the right direction, and I don't even think Shane Gillis is over the top funny, but I do like the path Bud Light is taking in order to win back some of its lost base. We'll continue Kayal and Company, the cut sheet, in about 12 minutes on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
My kitchen, as you know, it's the heart of my home, the centerpiece. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, right here in Pennsylvania, operated since 1979, and they have an awesome, experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. They have a dedicated design consultant that's going to work with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and also tub and shower conversions to get you exactly what you want. And by the way, it all comes with an industry-leading warranty. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Yeah, 10% off. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. I love looking at the before and after pictures, And even just doing the cabinets, redoing the colors of the cabinets, which they're experts in, just gives your whole kitchen an updated, beautifully refreshed new look. KitchenMagic.com. I love these guys. KitchenMagic.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, neighbor, what you up to?
Just getting the groundwork done to put in my new patio.
Oh, cool. Did you contact Pennsylvania One Call System to check for underground utilities first?
Nah, there's nothing but dirt back here.
Whoa, hey, man, are you okay?
Hey, did you guys lose power too? Love that new hair color, Bill.
Yeah, your hair's totally white now.
Maybe I should contact Pennsylvania One Call.
Well, that's the smartest thing you've said all day.
Know what's below. Contact 811 before you dig or visit pa1call.org to submit a locate request to have underground utilities marked.
Want a hot investment tip? Get a new roof. When installed correctly with the correct shingles and venting, you can save loads of cash on your heating and cooling bills. Plus, it adds to your home value. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick to get it done right with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. PJ Fitzpatrick has thousands of 5-star reviews and over 40 years of experience. They can install most roofs in one day. Visit trustpj.com today to set up a free design consultation and take advantage of generous winter promotions.
So, you got a new gadget over the holidays. Don't forget to listen to your favorite station on Odyssey. Unwrapped a new Amazon Echo or Google Home? Be sure to tell your smart speaker to play your favorite station. Received a new Sonos speaker? Check on Odyssey on the Sonos app for access to hundreds of stations. Got a new phone? Don't forget that the Odyssey app is the only way you can jump to your favorite show with Rewind. No matter what you received this year, listen to your favorites with Odyssey. Download the free Odyssey app today. AUDACY.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For over 38 years, Rescue brand omega-3s have been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium omega-3 fish oil supplements, are buy one, get one free exclusively for American Heart Month. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-LIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when you buy one bottle of a Rescue Omega-3 to receive a second bottle free. Again, use the code OMEGA50. Fortify your heart with the Rescue Omega-3.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
At some point today, everybody will use a bathroom. But if you're a contractor, there's an excellent reason why right now you could use a lot of bathrooms. It's the Great Bathroom Break at Colonial Marble and Granite, where every vanity you buy comes with a free stone countertop and free sink. Classic, traditional, contemporary, in stock for pickup or ready to ship. Choose a color and style, get a surface and sink, and you're good to go. So get going. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home. Restrictions apply. Visit colonialmarble.net for details on their vanity special.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
We have time for one more cliche from Jalen Hurts.
What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Well, he's got a lot more than one.
You can't judge a book by its cover. Don't cry over spilled milk. Cat got your tongue. A picture is worth 1,000 words.
I'm wrong. It's more like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at St. Anastasia on Westchester Pike in Newtown Square and at St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com!
Don't miss Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor, Saturday afternoons at 5. Tune in for accurate information so you can make the right medical decisions. Your radio doctor, Dr. Marianne Ritchie, Saturday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. From a fast oil change to needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule your appointment today at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.741. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. Friday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet in about 5 minutes. Keyword day number 2 at 8:30 because Kayal and Company is somebody. We're going to be sending somebody on a 7-night Disney cruise for 4 to the Caribbean, and it will be one of you listening. No doubt about it. This is not a national contest. Don't forget, 8:30 today. We started it yesterday through February 22nd, the daily keyword, and you can enter it at 1210WPHT.com for a chance to grant your family's summer vacation wishes. That's right, because the time to show your kids the world is now. From Kayal and Company and 1210 WPHT.
And we broke the website yesterday because so many people
We really
entered.
did.
So yeah, it was not broke it, but there was heavy traffic volume on there. So, which is good.
That is correct.
It's good.
It's coming up 8:30 this morning.
8:30 this morning. Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Our MRE food taste in the 9 o'clock hour, and the morning mystery movie clip coming up at 9:20. But I want to get to this before we get to the cut sheet. So we know Bud Light's been an epic disaster since last March. We're coming up on a year now. It's actually been 11 months since the Dylan Mulvaney debacle, and we have railed on them. We have given you the updates pretty much every month on where they are from all the lost market share. But I try to be fair and give them credit where credit is due, as they have tried to rehabilitate their image really since the fall with football season. You know, it started with Peyton Manning and those Bud Light commercials with him throwing the cans of Bud Light in the bar. They brought back Emmitt Smith, former Dallas Cowboy royalty. They have now come out and said at the Super Bowl that they will be bringing back the Clydesdales, which you know everybody loves, those beautiful horses. And I think they've got this right again. And I'm not even a huge Shane Gillis fan, but I remember when he got whacked by Saturday Night Live in 2019 because people wanted to pull up his old content. And Shane Gillis, the reality is he never ended up, I think, actually making one episode of SNL. And they canceled him because people thought his kind of comedy and humor was offensive. But now Bud Light, in their latest effort to save their brand, has signed Shane Gillis to a partnership. And a lot like the UFC, and remember, the UFC has signed on with Bud Light. So Bud Light's doing everything they can to get back, you know, a big portion of the base that they lost. We know the UFC, Dana White, Joe Rogan, they share political views, and they don't give a you-know-what if you don't get on board with their political views on Trump or anything like that. So I think this is a fascinating move. I think this will be an effective move to win back. And, of course, there's going to be some on the left that are like, oh, my God, Bud Light, you hired this guy who makes, offensive jokes and demeans certain demographics of society. We do have this clip, and this is one of the types of clips. Again, I think, here's my rule. When you show up at comedy, check your offended mindset at the door. You should know what you're signing up for and what you're about to enter, and I don't think you should ever take it personally. But here is a little clip of Shane Gillis as he is signed on to be the latest ambassador of Bud Light.
The gayer the army, the scarier. It's forever, dude, throughout history. Think of any army throughout history. Imagine them gay. Gay Nazis? Just when you thought those guys couldn't look any sharper, they... Gay Vikings? Gay Vikings, dude. You're just some villager looking out on the shoreline, you see a bunch of Viking longships coming, you're like, oh no, it's the Vikings. They're gonna rape our wives and daughters. Then they pull up their rainbow flag on their boat, and you're just like, oh. Oh, that's way worse. Dudes with Down syndrome love women so much that, like, I've never been a believer of being gay as a choice, but I will say every dude I know that can't think loves.
But there's a lot of people that automatically will associate homosexuality with some kind of perversion for whatever unfortunate reason.
Well, it's because the reason is because it's guys each other in the butt. So that throws people off.
That throws people.
All right, I don't need any more. I didn't know Rogan was on the end of that. But my point being, I think this is great for Bud Light because this is one of the things where they're saying, this is our mea culpa. This is our public admission that, you know what? Dudes like raunchy humor. Dudes like offensive comedy. Because at the end of the day, it's not reality. It's make-believe. It's comedy, or you're supposed to get a chuckle out of it. And I think this is the complete reversing of the course from the Heinerschneid era. Heinerschneid rolled out Dylan Mulvaney, and now post-Heinerschneid, Bud Light has rolled out Peyton Manning, Clydesdales, and canceled comedians that NBC Saturday Night Live felt was not in the best interest to have on their cast. I think it'll be a successful campaign. I haven't seen the ad yet. I'm not sure if the ad has actually been released to the public or whatever they're doing with Shane Gillis. But again, it's beer, it's dudes, it's comedy, it's cursing. I love it.
Yeah.
And I'm not even a huge Shane Gillis fan.
It's funny that they're going the complete opposite direction, and it's almost too much. Does that make sense?
Is it too much, as in too obvious?
It's too obvious that they're going the Dana White, UFC, raunchy comedian way.
So
does that make sense?
Well, they're going football, fighting, and F-bombs is what they're doing. Peyton Manning football, UFC, guys punching each other in the face, and now a raunchy comedian who says things that are either homophobic or transphobic or whatever. I mean,
it's just interesting to me because that montage that you guys played there was I believe that was the nail in the coffin for him for SNL. Mm-hmm. Why he got SNL. They realized that he was controversial, and they were like, nope, we have to get rid of him.
Okay, well, then here's my beef with this.
Yeah.
See, this is like the classic thing where I've seen this in sports radio before when I used to work in sports, where nobody would have an issue with what the sports host said or tweeted, including management and bosses, and then a couple of people are upset on social media, and then the bosses are like, well, now we have to react not in a proactive fashion, but in a reactive fashion, and then discipline the guy, when originally nobody had an issue with it. I'm assuming Saturday Night Live did their due diligence when they hired him initially, and they didn't think anything that he said was wrong. And then these people basically organized a smear campaign of his old clips, and they pressured SNL into canceling him before he ever made his debut. Yeah. That, to me, is cowardly.
By the way, when he does if you've seen his whole stand-up, he's a really funny guy, but he talks about Down syndrome. He actually has a close relative.
He does.
Who has Down syndrome.
My wife's sister has Down syndrome.
That's what I just wanted to say that because I didn't know if you... So you kind of cringe when he says Down syndrome, but then when he does the whole bit and then talks about his... beloved cousin, first cousin, and so on, then you realize it's in perspective.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just it. It's one of those things where, if you take a clip of probably any comedian, they can be canceled. But for this Pennsylvania-based comedian, he's not Dave Chappelle.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get away with,
exactly.
He's not going to get away with this stuff.
Exactly.
I mean, I hate cancel culture, but the fact that we try to cancel comedians, to me, just defeats the purpose of the entire entity, the entire format. Like, if you want to, and I'm against cancel culture across the board. But if you're going to cancel a corporate CEO behind closed doors for something that was leaked that he said that was offensive, okay, I got it. You've got a company, you need to maintain the stock, whatever. But we're going to cancel comedians. Like, the point of being a comedian is to say the stuff that you usually probably can't get away with in everyday life and in your workplace. That's the thing that drives me nuts.
It's also to push boundaries and
Yes.
have taboos, say taboos that, most people want. It's also to make people uncomfortable, too. You know what I mean? Like Shane Gillis is a comedian that, you hear from that 90-second clip we played, likes to say more edgy things that makes people uncomfortable. And that's his right to do it. And I find that humor very funny. But a lot of people don't. So it's just, I'm not really talking so much about him. My thing is more that it just seems to me desperate that Bud Light is going the complete opposite direction that they went before to overcorrect for, and they're going to get in trouble. There's going to be backlash about this because just like he did, he got booted from Saturday Night Live for stuff like this. There's going to be boycotts from Bud Light. So I don't think they know what they're doing. You know what I mean?
But when you think about the losses, though, so you roll out Dylan Mulvaney, and we've seen in real life the mathematical loss, the market share that they squandered, and who they offended. Yep. Now, this is obviously going to offend people, but do you think percentage-wise, the people that are offended by this, that will boycott Bud Light, will be sizable compared to the Dylan Mulvaney pushback from a market share standpoint? I think it'll be pennies to the dollar.
No, but I think that ship has already sailed. And I think that the people they're trying to get back with doing UFC or, sponsoring UFC and having this comedian as their spokesperson, they're overcorrecting. And the people they're trying to reach are already gone anyway. And you're causing more controversy.
So you don't think it'll bring back the people that they lost?
No, they can't. That ship has sailed.
You might be right. I mean, 11 months in, they're still down 28%. So you could be right.
Bring back the Dilly Dilly campaign.
Exactly.
It was creative.
Yeah, exactly.
It was funny.
It was simple.
I have nothing. Look, I have nothing against. First of all, I don't care who the spokesperson is. I didn't care what it was Dylan Mulvaney. I don't care if it's Shane Gillis. I don't drink Bud Light. Somebody who tells me to drink Bud Light is not going to make me drink Bud Light. But it just seems to me like you seem to be trying to alienate more of a base when you're trying to bring more people together. And having a comedian that is controversial, even though we don't think it's controversial, a lot of people do, is just not a smart business strategy. And again, they're going the opposite direction, and it's going to the sideshow Bob Rake is going to come up and hit him in the face again. That's just my opinion.
All right. 7:52 Friday morning. Let's get to a Friday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Friday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo. Now is a great time to go because they need to clear their lot. They're undergoing a state-of-the-art renovation and need to make room for construction vehicles. Take advantage of incredible sale and lease options. Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. I said this last week. Car dealership friends of mine have always told me President's Day weekend and the month of February is the best time to buy a car. So check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo. All right. So I want to start with kind of where I think we were talking about this in the 6 o'clock hour, Nick Kayal, about the opposition to the bill allowing for deportation of illegals convicted of DWI.
Yeah.
Representative Jayapal was on the House floor yesterday speaking and explaining herself why she opposed this. This is cut 8, Phil. Go.
I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 6976. Once again, the majority is wasting our time by putting forward a piece of legislation that has zero chance of becoming law and that is extraordinarily broad. No one condones driving under the influence. We should do everything we can to prevent people from getting behind the wheel while intoxicated. But this bill, designed to scapegoat and denigrate immigrants, will not solve the serious problem of DUIs. Public safety threats, including those who have been convicted of serious DUI offenses, are already inadmissible and removable under the Immigration and Nationality Act, and this bill would not change or enhance that. Under the INA, a conviction of a crime involving moral turpitude, where the punishment can be for a year or longer, makes an individual deportable. Courts have ruled over and over again that serious DUI offenses that put others at risk are CIMTs and make the perpetrators deportable. But this bill isn't about serious offenses, Mr. Speaker. Far from it. The bill says that a conviction for a single DUI offense, misdemeanor or felony, makes you instantly deportable, and an admission to such an offense makes you instantly inadmissible. No questions asked. I can understand maybe the appeal of something that sounds like a zero-tolerance policy. But let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, if we had that kind of policy here in the House of Representatives, there would be several members that would not be members of this chamber.
Okay, Mrs. Jayapal, I don't understand the appeal of allowing people in your country illegally in the first place. That's crime number one. And then we will complicate matters by having crime number one on top of crime number two, which is driving under the influence of alcohol. And she says deportation will not solve the problem. The hell it won't. If you're not in this country, you can't commit a DUI in this country because you're physically not here. It would absolutely solve the problem. It's not going to solve the problem for American citizens with DUIs, but those who have no right to be here illegally in the first place that are now committing another crime, which, first of all, could kill the illegal immigrant. Secondly, could kill the law-abiding American citizen. And then, oh, by the way, on top of it, you just look around this country right now, sanctuary city after sanctuary city. And how many times have we seen where these illegal immigrants are put up, whether it's in a rec center in Long Island or the Bronx, where they close a school for a day and force these kids virtual, or even in the ritzy setting where they go to these five-star hotels. How many times have we seen pictures of the aftermath? There's alcohol everywhere, beer everywhere. And these people are getting behind vehicles and driving and committing manslaughter or vehicular homicide. Again, my takeaway earlier this morning was a lot of people were shocked. 150 Democrats voted against this bill. I was surprised that 59 Democrats actually did vote for deportation. I would have thought that number would have been significantly lower from this morning.
A little bit more from Representative Jayapal.
By the way, she's not a Squad Dem member. Did you know that?
She is.
No, she's not on the list. Remember, we went through. I was thinking about this last night when I saw your cut sheet email. Jayapal is not one of the 8 Squad Dem members. Not on the Wikipedia page. Remember, I went through the founding 4 and then the subsequent 4, and I power ranked them. Jayapal's not listed on there. They might need to update the Wikipedia.
Yeah, I'm almost positive she is. Was she not one of the?
I
thought that
she
video
was too, yes,
of them all walking down the street.
Was she in that video?
I don't know. I'll have to go back and check.
Okay.
All right, a little bit more from Representative Jayapal. Phil, go.
Moreover, by including every single type of DUI offense, this bill would make someone deportable for not driving under the influence. That's because states have a wide variety of opinions on what is a DUI. For example, Arizona's DUI statute allows people to be charged with a DUI if they are intoxicated and have, quote, physical control of their vehicle. The Ninth Circuit found that the breadth of this statute means that, and I'm quoting here, one may be convicted under it for sitting in one's own car, in one's own driveway, with the key in the ignition and a bottle of beer in one's hand, end quote. Because of this, the Ninth Circuit determined that a conviction under this statute was insufficient to count as a deportable offense. As the court put it, drunken driving is despicable. Having physical control of a car while drinking is not.
It seems to me like she's really interested in the drunken driving aspect of it, not the illegal part of
Correct.
it. You know what I mean?
It's like a convenient omission of not being here legally in the first place.
Yeah.
By the way, I've got the Squad Dem page for Wikipedia up. It's Ocasio-Cortez, Omar, Presley, and Tlaib, followed by Bowman Bush, Kassar, or whatever he pronounces his name, and Summerlee from Pennsylvania. She might be like an honorary fringe member. She might not have full privileges yet.
She's a wannabe fringe member.
You know, it's like you haven't really been initiated to the fraternity, but you still show up at the frat party and do what they ask you to do, hoping to be like appreciated and acknowledged.
Yep.
I think that's kind of where she is.
I know you played this. I know you played this in your big take, but for the people who tune in later, I want to play this again. I'm going to do this cut 7. Phil, Fox News Channel's Paris Faulkner reacting to the illegal immigrants accused of attacking the NYPD officer show zero remorse after being arrested and then released without bail. They come out of the flashing their middle fingers and doing everything. This is cut 7. Phil, go.
Just into Fox News now, NYPD making 2 more arrests, illegal immigrants, and that attack on officers. Those suspects also allegedly stole an officer's cell phone. Well, that'll help them track you down. So a 5th illegal immigrant accused of attacking 2 New York City police officers over the weekend showed no remorse or regret. He was seen, as you can see, giving his 2 middle fingers to the cameras moments after being released without bail. Florida Senator Marco Rubio wrote, "Message to America from one of the illegal immigrants who assaulted NYPD officers, walked free with no bail, and heads back to a shelter funded by taxpayers." So far, police have shared 4 mugshots of the now 7 people arrested in connection with the brutal beatings in Times Square.
Remarkable to me that they are not sitting in Rikers Island right now sucking some pavement. Honestly. Like, this is, and I said this, if you missed it in the big take this morning, or I might have even said this after the big take when we came out at 6:30 from the break. You know, you see that video of those 2 felons who assaulted the cops and flipped off the media. It's just so symbolic of where we are globally and domestically. You know, foreign nations don't fear us. Terrorists aren't afraid of us. The cartel, illegal immigrants coming through the southern border, and just your random run-of-the-mill criminal in Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, they know they're not going to jail. They're not going to have to post 10% bond. They'll be back out on the streets, and then they'll mock the system. Yeah, they'll flip off cameras. They'll go on social media and brag about it. They'll post a viral video on TikTok. Remember those punks in Vegas that ran down that cop on a bike on a Sunday morning?
Yeah.
Like it's like this. Like they're playing a video game. That's what we've turned real life into, like something you would do on the Xbox.
New York Governor Kathy Hochul calls for deportation of migrants who attacked NYPD officer. She says, "Get them all and send them back." I have an issue with this. Not what she's saying, but her actions. Cut 18. Phil, go.
Get them all and send them back. You don't touch our police officers. You don't touch anybody. Thank you, everybody.
It's
get them all and send them back.
Sorry.
Well, it's a little bit of a pivot from 2 days ago, right?
Well, that is what is so infuriating about this, is that like her words are great, but her actions show nothing of this.
Of course not. And her words are completely different from the clip I played or the quotes I gave a few days ago when I did the first big take on this, where she was like, "Yeah, it's something we can look into. Hey, I'll get around to it." And I'm like, talk about, you know what's amazing about Democrats now is it's not even just the Biden administration. It's the elected officials at the governor level or mayor level. They miss the mark on their messaging when they try to say, "Oh, yeah, we do take these things very seriously." And you're like, I don't get the vibe that, I know your actions certainly tell us you don't take it seriously, but you don't even try to sell it in a good way and lie to us to convince us.
Yep.
I know it was going viral. Everybody was looking at, a lot of these cases and saying, for example, think of Mark Houck in our area, or the 6 pro-life activists who were found guilty of violating that federal, law that they persecuted and prosecuted Mark Houck locally with, and how, there are rules for thee, not for me, as Yoli always says. In other words, if it's a pro-life protester across the street like Mark Houck, they're going to come after you. If it's an illegal person out on the street beating up cops, apparently you're free on bail. And so this is the administration. This is Joe Biden's America.
To me, if you put your hands on law enforcement, I don't care what party you are, what nationality you are, what sexual orientation you are, you should go away for the maximum. You don't touch law enforcement. But I would wonder, like, let's just say in New York City, in Times Square, let's say that, when Trump comes to New York, I believe Trump's going to be holding some sort of big rally coming up. Was it in Brooklyn or the Bronx? I think it's coming up later in February. Let's say there's a huge showing and some people get rowdy. And let's say one person kicks an officer while wearing a red MAGA hat. Do you think he's getting no cash bail? No. The answer is no. But an illegal immigrant can be back out on the street, no bail, 3 hours on a bus to California.
Yeah. Okay. By the way, streaming live on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. If you're watching now, please hit the subscribe button. And if you have not done so yet and you're watching, please hit the like button. Also, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, I'm asking you to go to the 1210WPHT page there that you're listening on right there if you're watching on YouTube, and hit the follow button. Make sure you follow 1210WPHT. It helps us tremendously.
Do it.
That's what we need you to do.
Do it
help
now.
us. Sonny Hostin claims that most Americans are racist.
Yeah.
Slow day for content on The View.
She said that
herself.
She said that her son was called the N-word several times. I highly doubt that.
Okay. That's horrible if that happened.
Yeah, it's also agreed. 100%. I agree.
Also doesn't mean all Americans or most Americans are racist.
I'm also wondering, because where do you think Sonny Hostin sends her kids? Probably to a really elite private school, right? Like,
yeah.
You know, with a lot of saying. I doubt the validity of this.
You don't think her child is public school educated?
I doubt the validity of this very highly.
Her son is 21 years old.
Oh.
So this must be a story from a handful of years ago then.
Cut 4, Phil, go.
And there are absolutely racist people in this country. It is not the vast majority of people in this country, and I feel
we
like
don't know that.
we don't
the
know
FBI
that.
director said white supremacy is the biggest threat to our country today.
Well, that still doesn't mean that that's the vast majority of people. I just don't believe that in my day-to-day life that the people that you're encountering harbor racist viewpoints. I do think that this division that we're creating.
If you look like me, you would believe differently.
But you know what, listen, the woman. So, but just to understand, are we saying, do we think the vast majority of Americans are racist? That's what I'm trying to help me understand.
I think that there is a significant portion that are racist, and you can't dismiss my lived experience.
And I never would say. I would never dismiss.
When I say that there are a lot of racists in this country, I just experienced my son walking down the beach being called the N-word several times in Florida. You can't say, I believe that the vast majority of people aren't racist.
But again,
and it was in Florida, by the way, too.
300 million people in this country. I would never minimize your lived experience any more than I would mine as an Arab woman.
I mean, this woman is the epitome of privilege.
She's a race hustler.
Oh, God.
I don't know how many kids her oldest son Gabriel just turned 21 and goes to Harvard. So was he called the N-word at Harvard?
Probably not.
Because is it anti-Semitism and racism?
And oh, by the way, she's wrong. The group that is the target of hate crimes in this country, the highest percentage, is not African Americans. It's Jewish people. Yeah. We've established that, and we have the research and the data that proves it since October 7th, which I did not know up until that actually happened. That being said, that one person that called her son the N-word, okay,
allegedly.
Yes, allegedly, then he is racist. But you don't get the broad brush. See, this is classic left-wing, and I've said this for a long time. The media, because she's in the media, so we'll speak about the media specifically. The demand for racism to exist in this country from the media, I personally believe, outweighs the supply of it. I've said that for many, many years. Are there racist people? Absolutely.
Yeah.
If you sat there and said there's no racism in this country, you're categorically wrong.
Of course.
But in a nation of 340 million people, she's making it sound like a significant. Well, what's a significant amount? Well, yes, one's too many. But I don't know. Is there 20 million Americans? Yeah. That's 5% of the country. Yeah. I don't know, but look, her story, this specific story, could be true. I have no idea.
It's not.
But you know what she does there? She who's the girl on the right? The Griffin.
Yeah,
Farrah
Griffin.
What she does there is she kneecaps her counter by saying, "You can't challenge me based on my lived experience."
Exactly. And by the way, her lived experience is she's a lawyer. She makes millions of dollars on The View. She gets a car service and hair and makeup and everything. And I'm not saying she didn't work hard.
It's everything we get here pre-show at 12:10.
I'm not saying she didn't work hard and doesn't deserve it. All I'm saying is that what is her lived experience? Her lived experience is she's a 1%er. That's her lived experience. Am I wrong?
No, she's definitely a 1%er. She's making 7 figures to do a 1-hour show on TV. Yes, with a cast of 6. Meanwhile, Dawn's here doing 30 hours a week with a cast of 4.
But no, she lives a beautiful, blessed life.
Yes.
She has a beautiful teenage daughter who's I think 18. Her son is 21, a Harvard student. I just DuckDuckGo'd her. I mean, their home, a stunning, huge mansion. I mean, she lives a beautiful life, and I cannot imagine that these stories that she's telling, unless she's alleging that her son on the Harvard campus is being called the N-word, I don't know where, because she is, to your point, she has a car service. She's taken from point A to B. Her life and her husband and her children, they live a life that most they're 1%ers.
Well, I'd be willing to take it to the bank. It didn't happen at Harvard. But if I'm understanding the context of what she said, I think she claimed that it happened when they were on a beach or on vacation in Florida. Which again now it'll be, Florida's this big racist. I guess she didn't get the NAACP travel advisor. Remember that? African Americans, please avoid Florida. Racism is running amok.
Right.
It's racism season.
Right.
Worry about the hurricanes first and then racism.
Which, by the way, if anybody's been, I don't know where this allegedly happened in Florida, but I'm not thinking she went to the West Coast. So she's in South Beach, Miami, which is extremely diversified. I having spent a lot of time there and worked there, I can't imagine that she's saying this and that's true.
She was probably
I'm calling
in
BS.
Jupiter or Fort Lauderdale.
And again,
even so.
And again, I'm not one of these naive people that doesn't believe that racism exists. I 100% know racism exists.
Yes.
And there's more of it than there should be. But to say the majority of people are racist,
it's become so commonplace to say it.
And it's exactly. It's lazy.
Yeah.
It's lazy.
I think most people, there's two different segments out there. There are the group of people that continue to get fired up over it, and that's who they're playing to. They're playing to that base. But I think the rest of us, with common sense, have kind of just rolled our eyes at it again.
Yeah.
It's like, here we go again. It's the big bad boogeyman. Okay.
NBC News did a little focus group of Pennsylvania voters. And I believe these women, I'm not 100% sure, because I watched this very early this morning. I'm very tired today.
Pre-coffee.
Pennsylvania voters, I believe these women voted for Trump in 2020. But they say that they would take Trump over Biden and that abortion is not that important. And it means nothing in the grand scheme of things. So this is a focus group of women who say that abortion is not that important to them on voting. This is Cut 6, Phil. Go.
Now there's another warning sign for Democrats today from our new series, The Deciders Focus Groups. We are collaborating with Engageus, Syracuse University, and Sago to highlight and hear from key slices of the 2024 electorate. Our first conversations featured 15 Pennsylvania women who voted for Trump in 2020, but who opposed the Supreme Court's decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Democrats are hoping these types of voters could swing close elections, but if last night was any indication, they are still overwhelmingly standing by Trump. Take a listen to some of what they said.
By a show of fingers, who would say former President Trump is at least partially responsible for Roe v. Wade being overturned by the Supreme Court?
Was that 1 of 7 or 0 of 7?
I don't see. It doesn't look
so
like
none of you would say that he's at least partially responsible for it.
Yeah, there was one on the top right.
Maybe just a little.
Yeah, her.
Yeah.
I think people should have their own right to choose what they want to do with their bodies, but I mean, it's not a number one factor on who I'm going to vote for either way.
It's not that important. I hate to say it, but it's overall, it's probably not going to determine who I vote for.
Delco. He's definitely from Delco.
3 reasons to vote for somebody. It means nothing in the grand scheme of everything to me. I'm going to vote for who I think is going to do the best for my family.
Okay, and abortion's not part of that consideration?
At this point, no.
Who would take Trump? So I've got basically everybody except Michelle. For a moment, let's imagine that the election is tomorrow. By a show of fingers, How many of you would take Trump? 6 of the 7.
There you go.
Just fascinating. But
just fascinating.
So,
Thank
so,
you, Kristen Welker.
so those are female Trump voters from 2020 in Pennsylvania. I'm not overly surprised by that response, but I would not get carried away and say, oh, see, I told you abortion's overblown. It's not going to be the death nail to Trump, because those are Republican voters to begin with.
Right.
But they're Republican voters that oppose the overturning of
But
Roe.
what they are saying, I believe, and we actually had this conversation with Zioli last night and some people that showed up, was that they are not.
Sounds like a riveting time.
Well, Zioli actually thinks that the abortion thing will not cost Trump in 2024. I think, and
Well,
I've said
he's
this,
wrong.
I said many times, I think the abortion thing will, but not because of Trump. Female Trump supporters are saying, look, yes, okay, I might be pro-choice, but I look at the economy, I look at the immigration, I look at the crime, I look at the border, and all of those factors, to me, outweigh the abortion issue. So I'm still on board, because at the end of the day, it makes my bottom line life better. That's not the way Democrat or independent females, I presume, would think in Pennsylvania. So you might not lose that group right there, but I think post Roe v. Wade, you're going to have a stampede of women coming out and voting not for Joe Biden, but voting against Trump and against the Supreme Court of the United States. That's my calculus with this equation. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not.
I just think this is why in Pennsylvania they want to get something that's on the ballot.
Yes.
And
you reported that story the other day.
Yep. This is what they're working on, and they're actively meeting on it. And so it would behoove Republican lawmakers right now to try to push, if they're going to figure out something on the Constitution, because that's what the Democrats are going to, much like the Ohio vote. Remember when it was on the ballot in Ohio?
Yep.
And it cost some really good candidates, by the way, as Republicans. But if it's a constitutional question, where people are going to vote in November, that's trouble. That's trouble.
Okay.
See, these women are commenting, saying, as of this minute.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You put that thing on the ballot, just like you did in Ohio, it's a winner for Democrats.
And by the way, look at swing states right now. Like, I know Trump is leading in a lot of them. Pennsylvania ain't one of them, and you have to ask yourself why.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
He's down 6 because of the females.
It's exactly because, yes, exactly.
Yep.
Last night on Jesse Waters, Dawn Stenland.
Uh-oh.
This is for you, my love.
Uh-oh.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders was the
Love
guest
her.
on Jesse Waters. He asked her about answering Trump's potential VP pick. And this is what she said. Cut 16, Phil, go.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Governor, because you're so busy governing, but your name's popped up a couple times as someone that Trump might be considering as VP. Would you be open to that?
Like you said, I'm pretty busy governing here in Arkansas. I absolutely love my job, and I hope that I have the opportunity to do it for the next 7 years. I'm going to do everything I can to help President Trump get elected, but I'm really happy back home at Arkansas right now.
Okay, not sure how I'm interpreting that. That answer confused me, but I guess it was politically well said. Governor, thank you very much.
Thanks, Jesse, for having me on.
There you go. Care to comment, Dawn Stenland?
She looks great.
She has lost
She
weight.
looks fabulous.
The face is much more slimmed down.
She had.
She has one eye on the camera and one eye on a fly.
Stop. Will you stop?
She does a lazy eye. She does.
She had thyroid cancer, and that was why her neck was.
I
Anyway,
see-
she's
I
been
saw
through
the
it. She's
scar,
a cancer
yeah.
survivor.
Look, I'm not. I'm all.
Looks
All I'm
fabulous.
saying
Love her.
is that
Sarah and I have a scar in the same exact spot.
So.
Serious.
So what do you make of her answer?
It was a great. It's just like Jesse said. I agree. It was a fantastic answer. If you're the governor of Arkansas, you're working hard, and she's just going to continue doing what she's doing until she gets the phone call. And if she gets the phone call, great. If she does not get the phone call, that's fine too. She's got a great gig.
If she gets the call, do you think she takes it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
I don't know anybody who gets the
who's
call.
gonna turn that
Who's
down?
going to turn it down? Yeah.
Family legacy of governor in Arkansas, Mike the father. I mean,
Nobody.
she saw what happened to DeSantis.
No. If you're the VP candidate, of a candidate, by the way, who can only serve 4 years, you're teed up. Nobody's going to say no to that. That's why they all want it so badly. 4 years, and you're president, basically. You're teed up. It's awesome.
I'm just telling you guys. Trump watched that. You know, he watched that last night on Jesse Waters. He was like, why can't she look me in the eye?
Stop it.
How does that sound?
Stop.
Can we get Sean Farash on this? By the way, speaking of the Trump impression, his Trump dog nomination with Trump and Snoop, that clip that we clipped yesterday for social media, has exploded online.
I know.
I mean, it's got a ton of views.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it yet, and you're not subscribed, or what's the word, following our 1210 Twitter page, it's at 1210 WPHT on Twitter. I made reference to this clip earlier. You know, Dawn had that horrific story about that daycare where they left a 6-month-old there and like, sorry, close it up for the night. The parents went there at 5:30 to pick up their beautiful child, and doors were locked, lights were off, and the baby was inside.
Like a real-life Home Alone.
So maybe it's because daycares are hiring people like this, just asking for a friend here. I'm going, this is cut 14, Phil. This person is teaching 4-year-olds, so it's about my son's age, and she doesn't know if she's a boy or a girl, how the kid should refer to her.
The teacher.
This is what she's worried about, by the way. Okay. Not about, making sure 3- and 4-year-olds are interacting with each other well, they're sharing, they're coloring, they're playing, they're doing the activities that the teacher was. No, she wants to know how these kids are going to refer to her, and she goes to TikTok to tell everybody. This is cut 14, Phil, go.
Hi, so I have a small dilemma. I am starting a new job on Monday, and it's a teaching job, so the kids are going to call me either Mr. or Mrs. Jamie. It depends on what I want, but I, as a non-binary being, I don't know what to pick. I feel like Mrs. would be
okay, let me just stop. I'm
sorry.
No,
it doesn't matter what you want.
This just. First of all, she has glasses on.
Yeah.
With like daggers hanging from it. You have to go to YouTube. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this horrendous individual.
Why do these people all look the same? It's always awful eyewear. And now I'm not going to sit here. I'm going to put my glasses on, okay? I'm not sitting here saying I have the most fashionable frames. Dawn's got some very nice frames. It just fits the Dawn fashion.
Yeah.
It's perfect for Dawn.
I, of course, am born and blessed with perfect 20/20 vision.
Yes, and I never needed glasses until I started doing radio inside of a TV studio with fluorescent purple lights, which I still don't get to this day. But that's different. But the eyeglasses, the hair color, and just the weird jewelry is always a giveaway. Nose ring, earrings, those are the warning signs. Sorry, continue.
No, look. If I see my teacher, my kid's teacher on TikTok or YouTube or something like that complaining about this, I'm yanking my kid out of that daycare.
If I was the governor of a state, I would issue a statewide mandate that teachers are not allowed publicly on social media.
Phil, I'm going to start that clip over if you don't mind, my friend. Starting it over, go.
Hi, so I have a small dilemma. I am starting a new job on Monday, and it's a teaching job, so the kids are going to call me either Mr. or Mrs. Jamie. It depends on what I want, but I, as a non-binary being, I don't know what to pick. I feel like Mrs. would be easier for the kids, but Mr. makes me feel better, but I also kind of want to try mix, but I don't know if the kids can do that. I don't. And then what do they do when they ask me if I'm a boy or a girl?
Dilemma.
I'm not. I don't know.
Weird laugh.
It's young kids. My class is going to be 4-year-olds. So,
oh, God.
Yeah.
I don't know. And then I don't know if I want to go by Jamie or Jamie Ray, because Jamie Ray is the name that I go by now. I don't know. Any advice would be great for any non-binary teachers.
SOS, save our ship.
SOS, SOC, save our captain.
Yeah. Ship is sinking.
Wow.
Ship is sinking on education as we watch this.
Save our ship.
Oh, my God. You know, these are, like, honestly, if I saw that video. So let's say that was like, I don't know, late August, and we have, that first day at school where you go in with your kid like a week before Labor Day, and it's like the teacher-parent introductory thing, and you find out where your desk is and who you're going to be sitting next to, and the parents can chat with the teacher for a half hour on a Tuesday night at 7 p.m. I'd look at my wife, and if she started rattling off this identity stuff, I'd be like, is Mr. Jones down the hall? Is his class full? Let's put Olivia and Mia in with Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones, what are your pronouns? What do you mean, sir? Okay. Yep, Kristen, this is going to work. Yeah, Mr. Jones it is. I have no idea the legalities of it from a state standpoint. I was saying that somewhat tongue-in-cheek. I could see DeSantis putting something in place in Florida where teachers are not allowed publicly on social media to be talking about curriculums or, what their identity is, or rehashing stories with minors that happened today. And because you see all that, what was up with the weird, and it's always like they start talking, then they get real sped up, and then there's this weird laugh. Mm-hmm. It's kind of like Kamala Harris in a way, but she's never sped up. She's real slow and deliberate with the weird cackle.
Yep.
It's bizarre.
I'm not discriminating against people. Like, as long as you're a good teacher, I don't care what pronoun you go by. I don't care if you're a boy or a girl, you're gay, you're straight. I don't care. I just want a good teacher teaching my son and his class. But if you're on TikTok and you're complaining about what 4-year-old kids are going to call you, you're having an existential crisis.
Yeah. Right.
What are you going to do when an actual crisis happens?
Right.
What are you going to do? When there's
what happens when Joe and Bill get into a fight in class and you are unable? 4. Well, I know, but let's say if she was teaching 7th graders, 13-year-olds, what is she going to do? How's she going to react? God forbid, and knock on wood, it never happens, that there's a school shooting.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, she's having a meltdown because she does not know how she would like to be referred to by 4-year-olds.
Yep.
Like, this obsession with your identity, and not even an obsession, this confusion with your identity. I got news for you. Most people, we really don't care. You could refer to yourself as a cactus. I couldn't care less. But just have some semblance of mental stability that I know my child is in good hands with you from 7:30 to 3:15.
Yep.
That's it.
It's just the focus that I think of friends and family members of mine who are teachers, and especially in the summertime, they're doing even if they teach kindergarten, one of my best friends does, she's thinking about her lesson plans. She's thinking about reading materials and the building boards, and she's just thinking about the kids.
Yeah.
And the excitement of that, and what colors she'll use so that when they come in, how often will she change the boards, that sort of thing. It's all about the children. And that's what bothers me, is that this individual is walking into the class and is so self-involved, thinking, oh, what are they going to call me? Me.
Yep.
That's a problem.
The place that I send my son is fabulous. All the teachers are great.
Yeah.
My son loves them all. And you know what? I don't know any of their sexualities. I don't know what pronouns they go by. All I know is that my son loves them. They seem to do a good job with him. And that's all. Like, he's interacting with other kids. They're playing things, they're drawing, they're learning about the month of January and February. Like, that is the stuff that they should be learning. And if I saw one of my son's teachers on TikTok complaining about, somebody not referencing their pronouns right, I'd yank him out of there so fast.
Yeah. She's definitely the lady that goes to the doctor's office, that's in the lobby, that goes to the doctor that doesn't have the updated patient information forms with all the different genders, and she's probably sitting there on line 3 after putting her name and address and date of birth, and she's not seeing her appropriate gender, so she goes back up to the counter and asks the secretary behind the glass door, I'm stuck here because I don't see my gender, and I'd be like, then just handwrite it in and give me the thing back. The doctor will see you now. But by the way, too, I really, and I've never been a TikTok person, so I can't tell you what was on TikTok pre-pandemic versus post. Well, I can now post because it's on the cut sheet every stinking day. But here's the thing. I don't think that this was I don't believe this, what we just watched, I don't think that was a thing pre-pandemic. If it was, It was merely these people were at a point in 2017 or 2019 where they just were going through a confusing period of their life. And I think it got metastasized and exacerbated during the pandemic when they sat inside all day, every day for months on end and had way too much time on their hands to contemplate what they are or who they are. And now that the pandemic is over, it's like letting the bulls come running through. And we're seeing a stampede of people that are having a real life mental health crisis before our very eyes.
Yep.
This is the fruit of the pandemic labor.
Yep.
I really believe that.
Yep.
So I can't confirm that, but that's just my theory, and I'm sticking to it. All right, 855-839-1210.
Are we going to do it on the other side?
Oh, my God, it's right on the dot. Do you want to do it on the other side?
Woohoo.
Should we
You said 8:30.
draw this? It'll be like Kamala Harris. We're going to go real slow here. How about that?
No, we're just... We'll do it on the other side.
We'll do it on the other side. I would say it's worth the wait.
Yeah.
Kayal and Company, back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Last year at the Super Bowl, Rob Gronkowski went wide left on FanDuel's Kick of Destiny, and now he's back for Kick of Destiny 2. And this time, you can play along. All you have to do is choose if Gronk will make or miss. Get your free pick in right now, because if you're right, you'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. Everyone can get in on the action when Gronk takes his shot at redemption before Super Bowl 58. Whether your team make or team miss, just head to FanDuel Sportsbook app to get your pick in. It's absolutely free. Then, tune in before the game to see Gronk's kick live. You'll win a share of $10 million in bonus bets. If you're right, new to FanDuel, just go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up right now. Make every moment more with FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, present in PA. No purchase necessary, $10 million prize pool to be split equally among all eligible participants who made the correct pick. Prize issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Larry Steinitz of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli, afternoons 3 till 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Friday morning, as we have reached that time of the program. Woohoo! That's right. Every day at 8:30, or right about, thereabouts, we are giving you the 1210 WPHT Disney Cruise keyword. Yesterday was keyword Disney. Today, we will give you a second keyword, and then we will continue on through February 22nd. That is 3 weeks from yesterday. 3 weeks from today, we will call the winner live on the air to give away the trip. 7 days, Caribbean Disney cruise with a group of 4. It could be you, your wife, your son and your daughter. Could be you and your husband, your 2 daughters. It could be you and your 3 girlfriends.
Oh, that would be amazing.
I mean, some guys out there are able to pull that off.
Sure.
More power to you. So we will do that coming up here in just a moment. But let me grab Ted real quick. Ted in Swarthmore has been on hold since Wednesday afternoon, and he's got some thoughts. Ted, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. No problem. The wait is worth it. You know. Hey,
I agree.
I just say I'm driving, so I can't look on YouTube to see the picture of Punxsutawney Phil. But could you check it and make sure that Punxsutawney Bob Casey's not there? Because we only see him during election season. He pops his head up, too.
You're exactly right.
True.
That's a good point. Have we ever seen those two in the same place at the same time, Ted?
I don't think so, but hey, maybe you might want to tip off McCormick on that one. Maybe he can investigate that for us, too.
Ted, I will get on that right away. I appreciate the call. By the way, speaking of, and we'll give our keyword here in a moment. You're just going to have to keep waiting. But you know, Punxsutawney Phil has a rival. They do this in in Staten Island, New York. There's a Groundhog that they roll out called Staten Island Chuck.
Yes. Yeah, that's the one that de Blasio dropped, right, Dawn?
Yeah, that's right.
Did PETA, come after him for animal abuse?
Yeah, they should have.
He dropped him, and then a few days later, I think it died or something.
Yes.
Oh, poor guy. So they have got, Staten Island Chuck, too, I guess. We should put up a poll question. Who would win in a fight, Punxsutawney Phil or Staten Island Chuck? Wonder how many other groundhogs are around this country doing this charade. All right, it's time for the keyword. Yeah, let's give it away. So as I give you this keyword, here's what you're going to do. You're going to crash our website, literally. You're going to go to 1210WPHT.com. You will enter this keyword for your chance to win a magical 7-night voyage to the Caribbean, because the time to show your kids the world is now. Enter for a chance to win today. I mean, legitimately, now, if you want to show the kids the world, I mean, the world might not be around in a year from now. World War III at this point, we could all be done. This could be the last swan song hurrah for all of us. So get on the cruise, get on the website, get on the internet right now, 1210WPHT.com, and enter this keyword. The keyword is cruise.
Cruise.
Not Ted Cruz. Cruise, as in Disney Cruise. Yep. CRUISE, keyword cruise, 1210WPHT.com. It's right there, smack dead in the middle of the website. You click on that, you enter the keyword, and you are now in the mix. And again, this is not a national contest, folks. This is a Kayal and Company contest. So if you are a listener of this program, somebody in our community is going to Disney. And by the way, I don't want to hear any gripes on Twitter. I don't want to hear any gripes on YouTube. If you don't like the trip, just, what did your mom used to say? If you have nothing nice to say, keep your mouth closed.
Joan on the YouTube chat writes, I missed posting yesterday, so I can't do it today with a question mark. No, that's not true.
No, you don't need every single day.
You don't need every single day. It helps. It definitely helps. Yeah. If you have every single day, you have more. Let's just say this: the more
lottery tickets you buy, the better chance.
The more keywords you have, the better chance you have of winning.
That's correct. That's my mantra when I go to gamble on sports.
Tom says 8:38 again.
You like that, Tom?
We said 8:30-ish.
Yeah.
It's just like the big three. We get to it whenever we get
that's
to
correct.
Will that make you happy, Fred? Will it?
I'm sure Fred's happy out there. All right, so keyword cruise, 1210WPHT.
So yesterday,
yes,
was Disney.
Today is cruise.
Today is cruise.
Yes. We're very creative with our keywords.
Well, we didn't. Just to be clear, we did not come up with these.
Who
keywords.
comes up with this? Can I ask?
Disney.
Yeah.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, take it up with Walt.
Oh, Wow.
Yeah. If it was up to me, we would have had
mustard.
That would have been a keyword. But it's above my.
Well,
pay
they
grade.
don't trust us to make the keywords because we'd make horrendous keywords.
That is correct. All right. 8:40 on the dot. Let's get to a Dawn Stenland.
I don't have the thing, so just go.
Okay, yeah.
I don't know where it just disappeared on me.
What happened?
I lost my sounder.
The production literally just disappeared from
It just
me.
vanished.
Yeah. Well, since I'll tell you what, since our friend who waited so patiently brought up Bob Casey, I will tell you there is news of he's not appearing with the Groundhog that predicted spring comes early this week, but there's news that Bob Casey was actually spotted with one Senator John Fetterman.
No.
What? Yeah.
Joe Bin.
Wow.
The headline is that they're actually splitting. Fetterman and Casey are coming together. They're splitting and disagreeing with President Biden over the natural gas exports pause put forth by the Biden administration. They say that they're worried that Biden's big freeze on LNG could impact Pennsylvania jobs.
Okay.
So it's clearly campaign season.
Oh, there's no doubt about it.
So much like the Groundhog, I think you're going to see more of Bob Casey than the Groundhog today. But Senator Bob Casey, along with John Fetterman, our other Pennsylvania senator, they have said that they are very concerned about Biden's decision to put a pause on these approvals for additional liquefied natural gas plant exports.
Good night, everybody.
And then Fetterman left Senator Casey to himself.
Yep. So yesterday they were putting out joint statements and said that Pennsylvania is an energy state. We are the second largest natural gas producing state. This industry, they say, has created good-paying energy jobs across the Commonwealth, plays a critical role in promoting U.S. energy independence. That's the statement.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
Okay. All right.
By the way, Dawn.
Yes? What'd I do?
Road Warrior on Twitter says that TikToker that we played right before the break has the same chance as Sanders as VP. Sorry.
That's a sin.
It is a sin.
How
Yep.
dare they?
Yep.
It's not nice. By the way, since Nick Kayal talked a lot about these individuals who were arrested at one point in custody and then given cash bail, and now reportedly are somewhere in America that are illegals and are accused of violently beating NYPD officers, which that union and those police are furious. I thought I would point out to you, what the FBI is busy with. So the FBI this week arrested a South Jersey man. And one of the ways, and this has to do with the January 6 riots 3 years later. He wore a throwback Philadelphia Eagles beanie to the January 6 riot. And ultimately, they helped identify this guy, this latest man, South Jersey man, with facial recognition, Facebook photos from a 2020 family trip he took to a pumpkin patch, and his Philadelphia Eagles, like the throwback beanie with the old school eagle on it.
Oh, boy.
He's identified as 40-year-old Lee Giobe, and he's a financial advisor from East Hampton. And he was arrested and charged with several federal crimes, including felony charges of civil disorder and obstruction of an official proceeding.
Civil disorder will probably carry more jail time than assaulting a police officer in New York while you kick him in the face. All right.
And Nick, I looked very carefully just to see, was he accused in any way of touching a Capitol Police officer?
Yeah.
Because that's the theme here, that we're talking about people accused of, assaulting law enforcement.
Yep.
He is not accused of that.
Okay.
He is accused of using a bullhorn to shout, push, 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 or let's go, or that sort of thing. And that he was much like, what was her name on Meatloaf, or remember Meatball, who had the who was yelling.
Meatball has the mega horn as well.
Remember that?
Yes.
So he's accused of riling people up and that sort of thing. I don't see any charges at all when I'm reading through the list of charges just released from the feds, from Biden's DOJ, that he in any way harmed is accused of harming police officers. That's not what this is.
Okay.
So just a little contrasting there. But he's a father, a husband, South Jersey, employee and under arrest now, facing these charges. He's the latest of more than 1,200 people charged in connection with those riots to have been brought down by, ultimately, there's a network of amateur investigators who've been gathering online to try to identify and still find hundreds of rioters.
But just imagine if we allocated that type of energy and desire and resources to finding everybody in the country that shouldn't be here, have came here illegally. Imagine that. It'd be like a roundup raid. Because you know what they're doing. I mean, they're hell-bent on finding anybody from January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to be talking about this in 2028. Dawn's going to have a big 3 on February 2nd, 2028, of how they've now charged the 1,842nd person for obstruction of justice and shouting into a megahorn.
Yeah, well, and I think you did a big take a couple weeks ago on this, so forgive me, but you had talked about one of the charges, and he's also charged with it, that is teed up before the Supreme Court of the United States, that they could come down with that SOX, S-O-X,
yes,
act that you had done a big take on
Yep.
a while back.
Mm-hmm.
So one of these charges, apparently, I think he would be one of those individuals that would perhaps benefit from a SCOTUS ruling.
You know what's going to happen now? We're going to end up getting America's Most Wanted with John Walsh tracking these guys down on Fox TV.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm going to do a number 3, and then I'll get to our sponsor, thanks to Turn 7 Liquidations, that there is quite a personal battle brewing between the former leading mayoral candidate, Jeff Brown, local wealthy businessman and community member, and he has sued now the Philly Ethics Board, saying that this was dirty. This was some dirty politics, that they basically was a political hit job, essentially. I'm paraphrasing here because we're up against a tough break. But watch for that. So I'm just going to put that on everybody's radar there. Jeff Brown is now demanding, he and others are saying, you damaged our reputations. We are owed our day in court and an apology, and demanding that from some biggity bigs in Philadelphia politics. So that's brewing. Hey, overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games. All name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers. Sacrificed up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Moorestown Mall. Hurry! Turn 7 Liquidations. Turn 7 Liquidations. Thank you for sponsoring our Big 3 Kayal & Company.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Coming up next as we wrap up the 8 o'clock hour, adults wearing baby diapers. What is going on in our country? Kayal & Company, stay right there.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As an educator, Mr. Nelson's teachings are still being quoted in schools.
Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world.
Mr. Nelson taught hope.
Everyone can rise above their circumstances if they are dedicated and passionate.
And giving our best efforts.
It's always impossible until it's done.
Mr. Nelson Mandela's teachings not only united a nation, they inspire us today. Inspiration. Pass it on from passiton.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast, we always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I am woke, and I love it.
Welcome back in, Kayal and Company, the most unwoke show on radio. As we continue, Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. I have a story in my hands that is further proof of America's mental health epidemic. I can't believe this is real life, but then again, I probably shouldn't be surprised because in 2024, it just seems like there are so many people that are just experiencing a true, not only an identity crisis, but the deterioration of people's mental health on full display. This story, this doesn't come from any, oddball website. This is right on foxnews.com. There is now a new spa that is catering to diaper-wearing adults who want to role play as young children, and it has opened in a small town in New Hampshire, and it's alarming a lot of the local residents. It's a place in Atkinson, New Hampshire, and the place is called the Diaper Spa, and it says, their description on their website, it is an age-play-friendly adult diaper spa that allows you to nurture and pamper all diaper lovers and enthusiasts in richly immersive experiences. The spa is a safe and judgment-free zone. You can't judge people, right? That's offensive.
Man.
For visitors to pamper themselves with, get this, snacks, playtime, story time, cuddle time, nap time. I mean, hey, I understand that feature, okay? I'm all for the nap time. Changing time.
Oh, boy.
Coloring. You can color. Maybe it's crayons. Maybe it's colored pencils. A lot of people prefer the jumbo crayon, the Crayola 64-pack. Nursery rhymes.
Wait.
And sing-alongs.
One more time. Say, what do you draw with? What do you color with?
Crayons.
Okay. All right.
Crayons.
Yeah. Thank you.
Crayons.
Thank you.
Crayons.
I thought at first you said crowns.
Of all the things we're gonna get, of all the things we're gonna get reaction to for a 4-minute segment, how I say crayons. Crayons. Okay.
Okay, but you're not talking about. So are these elderly folks wearing, June Allison depends?
No. These are not necessarily elderly folks. This is just adults.
Okay.
So I think this is a valid question. Stalker, your thoughts on me doing Monday's show in a pair of Huggies? Is this a judgment-free zone?
I'll fire you.
Okay. I would hope that you would. Services advertised.
Unless we're doing it for a bit where we all try and.
Right.
Yeah,
you don't want to see me running around with a diaper on. Yeah. Services advertised include an all-day adult baby diaper lover. They call them ABDL nursery spas, where they charge you By the way, they charge you $300 an hour to do this. So you're stupid and you're sick. Okay.
Thank you.
Virtual play dates are $200 an hour, and you can also have the premier spa experience for the little one inside of you for $1,500. By the way, in the summer, because in New Hampshire in the winter you can't do this, but in the summer you can play with your water wings and floaties poolside. You can picnic under the tree with your teddy bear. You can play marbles on the patio. I love playing marbles. Or you can swing on the front porch swing and serve tea to your dollies on the porch. By the way, this town has a population of 7,000 people, and there are parents out there that are genuinely concerned, as I was serious for a second, that this spa, which is very close to a children's park, fears that it caters to clients with sexual fetishes.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Do you
Pedophiles.
think? Yeah. Do you think they're not every single person who goes to that establishment should be on some list?
They might be.
It should be a giant sting operation, honestly.
And this is why Dawn sees pedophiles around every corner. Imagine if Dawn lived in Atkinson, New Hampshire.
I'd be losing my mind.
You would be.
Oh my God.
Yep. Adult diapers.
Look, what people do in the privacy of their own bedroom, if you have some sort of fetish, whatever, it's fine. I judge not. But like if you're going to some place and you're being diapered like a baby and you're being treated like a baby, like you have a mental problem.
Right. And we're not talking about like people that are, in assisted living facilities that are wearing adult diapers because they've lost control of their. This might be like a 42-year-old who thinks he identifies as a 12-year-old. It's very disturbing.
It's gross.
I have a full mustache and beard.
We've gone full that blank crazy.
And it's a judgment-free zone, Greg, so you can't say anything critical. You can on this show, but in that area, you can't criticize. We should drive by and speak and have a megaphone, and I'll just pull up your Huggies, and I'll just keep driving by in a station vehicle.
There's a WikiHow on this. How to understand diaper lovers.
I didn't like it when I was 2.
Wow. Understanding adult diaper use and pleasure.
Oh, my God.
Ew.
They used to cut my circulation off. My legs.
How do you remember?
This is radio, people.
I get you.
All right, so there you go. If you look,
my God.
and you know what? Honestly, there could be somebody in this audience that still enjoys diapers. So this was a PSA. If you want to go, check it out. Drop $1,500. Atkinson, New Hampshire's your plot. All right, there you go.
New Hampshire, nonetheless.
New Hampshire.
We put so much weight on that state.
I know.
And maybe we should.
This is the state Nikki Haley was fighting for.
I was just going to say that. How many of them are Nikki Haley voters? America wants to know.
Hey, Chris Sununu, you allow this to go on in your state, and you wonder why you lost. All right. Maybe you should have backed the other guy. 855-839-1210. But right now, I'm going to tell you who you should back because they back me, and it's a great partnership. It's the Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles. In a day and age where everybody's downsizing, they're expanding. And they are excited, and they have every right to be because they have just welcomed in 2 new members of their family of dealerships, Infiniti of Ardmore and Maserati, actually, of the main line, both located on Lancaster Avenue. And you will get the same first-class customer experience that you have come to know and love from all of the Piazza Auto Group dealerships, especially their premium automobile line. You can find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brand like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more. Check them out online right now at piazzapremiumautos.com.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stenland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I am Judith Krupnick, president of Cherry Hill Volvo. As the store's owner, I want our clients treated with respect. I want our employees to have extensive product knowledge and be genuinely engaged with our clients. Our pricing is competitive, but our client attention is second to none. When considering a new car, consider Cherry Hill Volvo. Contact me directly. Relationships really do matter to us.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
The Crash Proof Retirement Show will air before and after Penn State basketball this Saturday. Tune in at 11 a.m., then again right after the game to learn how to create your own Crash Proof game plan.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. That's 800-873-7171. 800-873-7171. Program and services not available in all states.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company. Well, if you get up at 7, you're an hour late, folks.
We start at 6 a.m.
Tell you that much. Nick, Dawn, and Greg rolling on. It's the 9 o'clock hour on a Friday. God help us all.
I gotta tell you, we're behind the scenes here. We're trying to make some of those
MREs.
Those MREs, those survival things. Apparently, it's not just they're not just survival things. It's the stuff you eat in the Army, I guess.
Yes, that's correct.
They're like K rations or whatever you call them.
Yep.
They are not easy to cook.
You just figured you throw a bunch of like a pot of hot water on the bag.
But here's the problem. Don't forget, we don't have hot water here, do we?
Yes,
like
we do.
Boiling water?
Yeah, for the coffee and the tea bags that we have. Yeah, the little.
Yeah.
You have to hit the cold button and the hot button at the same time, and hot water comes out.
Well, Anthony and Phil are hard at work making this.
Oh, this is great.
We'll see if we're gonna do a taste test live.
Yeah.
Live on Kayal.
I already know what they taste like. You guys go for it.
Dawn's gonna skip out. She's got her white bean chili in the crock pot slow cooker at home.
No. Nick is gonna taste them. You and I are not gonna taste them.
I've tasted plenty.
Yes.
He's making they're making the chili for you.
That is correct.
It should be delicious.
So MREs, meals ready to eat, which if you don't know what we're talking about, yesterday we talked about this story because 2 days ago there was a story from Costco that now you can pretty much return anything. And we talked about a story of a lady on social media that returned a 2.5-year-old couch.
Yeah.
It was used. She just didn't like it anymore. And the Costco that she went to gave her a full refund. So yesterday we had another Costco story that popped up as some social media influencer who's labeled as a survival specialist with like 100,000 followers says that Costco is selling basically these doom and gloom end of the world food survival kits, which I've always known there are people that, stockpile stuff for the end of time. Like I knew that was a thing, but I just figured it was where people I'm going to grab some of this, I'm going to grab some of that. We'll put it in, this big pantry, whatever. I didn't know that like big companies advertised it like, hey, the end of the world is coming, and here's the package that tells you this is what you should eat. So Dave Dorenzo, who's a sales rep here, who's Anthony's dad, I guess has a military neighbor who gave him a bunch of these. And then Dave brought him into the station weeks and weeks and weeks ago, probably. And Anthony just comes walking in here yesterday in the studio. First time I saw him in 3.5 hours of the show, by the way. And, he comes in and then he hands us all of these pouches. And they just look like big bags of, like, fine blended coffee that you would, stick in your Keurig or something like that.
He just texted our group text. Do you see it? He says, I'm doing it now.
I'm doing it now.
Listen.
Well, it better be good.
Anthony, you are fired.
And it better be this segment. So now we went through like the options yesterday. There was like chicken and dumplings. There was like a pasta beef and sauce. There's a chili. Now, Stalker is saying the chili is the one that I'll be having today.
Colonel John, there's a guy on YouTube by the name of Colonel John. He says, MREs, when they first replaced sea rations, we called them meals rejected by Ethiopia.
Oh, that's a sin.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is going to be tasty.
Good.
Now, keep in mind, too, here's the dynamic of our kitchen. We have, a sink, a dishwasher, refrigerators, freezers. We have a beautiful coffee machine, big monstrous machine, a hot water thing. But I don't believe, unless there's another kitchen inside the beautiful world headquarters here, I don't think there's one with a stove, right? So Anthony's probably just using one of the hot water machines for coffee to mix this up.
Peter writes, MREs are not made for emergency food storage. They are for a soldier who needs a lot of calories to keep him fighting.
Yes. Well, I said yesterday, it looked like a lot of these options were very high in carbs and or protein. And yes, if you check it out, if you just Google or DuckDuckGo meal ready to eat, MRE, the Wikipedia page, it'll tell you it's a self-contained individual United States military ration used by the United States Armed Forces, so forth and so on. So, these are what our soldiers survive on. God bless them. And I will try it on the air today. And if you're watching on YouTube, you'll see my face, and it'll probably get like no higher than a score of a 4 on a scale of 1 to 10.
I want to see. So what I want is I want you to try it, and I want you to continue eating it while you're telling us or while we're discussing a story.
Oh, I'll just go through a spiel.
Yeah, so you'll be like, and Biden didn't, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, that's how I want it to go.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So
okay,
we'll just keep it as part of the programming.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just be like, it was a Goldilocks. She was eating the porridge. I'll just eat the porridge while I do the show here. So, been a very energetic, exciting show this morning. A lot of good things that we discussed. We opened up this morning with the big take. If you missed that, go back on the Odyssey app, hit up the rewind feature, or watch the show on YouTube. Yeah, it was just really infuriating because it was the second straight day that I had to do a big take on the border. I mean, I'm not opposed to burying the lead, but it was taking the first part of it yesterday and discussing these illegal immigrants that have come into our country. And, the worst part is, and we've got our buddy Tony, I believe, in Pottstown, who's called us the last couple of days. And, he's turned off and disgusted by it. He was somebody that came to this country, has now got 2 jobs. He is doing everything he can to live the American dream. He came on a boat, I believe, from some country. I don't know if it was Mexico or another country. Might have been Venezuela. And, he gave us his incredible story and then how he went about it the right way once he arrived, the whole bit. And, we talked about this yesterday, these illegal immigrants coming in and having this migrant mob where they're assaulting New York Police Department's finest. And then yesterday, after we get off the air, I'm guessing this occurred sometime either towards the end of the Dawn show or the beginning of the Dom show when Harris Faulkner does her show on Fox News. There's live video footage of 2 of them, one in a Lakers jersey and the other in a red hooded sweatshirt, coming out of the court after they had been released with no bail, no cash bail. They're back out on the street. And, of course, there's cameras everywhere because this has been the biggest story in the country the last 2 days, or one of the top 3 or 4. And they are flipping off the media and the cameras. And it just got me so infuriated because this, to me, it's beyond just this isolated incident. It's everything that we have seen under this weak administration where foreign nations don't fear us. And if you think about it, under Trump, as Dawn has said many times, peace and prosperity. Now, under Joe Biden, Russia doesn't care. They're going to do what they want. Into Ukraine they go. Obviously, we have Israel and Hamas. We are now on month number 4 of that. We have Iranian-backed, the Houthis and all of these other little cells have now, I think the total is 168 attacks on American soldiers. We know what China wants to do. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when with Taiwan. And they all know that Joe won't do a darn thing about it. He'll just say, don't. Don't do it. Just don't. One word. Kamala said it as well. She echoed her boss. Don't. And now we have, and if you put all that to the side for a moment with all of these wars, we have a domestic invasion, and I believe a domestic war, because this is not going to be the only isolated incident where illegal immigrants come here. And it's bad enough if you come here illegally, but you're a peaceful person and your goal is to live a better life. I don't like the way you went about it. I would prefer you do it the right way. But you know there are going to be cartel members, violent felons, those, and Trump nailed it. Trump predicted it 5 years ago. They are letting people out of prison below the border. They are letting people out of institutions, and they are coming through, and American citizens are at risk. And Dawn, it's just so emblematic globally, nationally, locally, that we have become so soft. We just allow ourselves to be run over.
There you go. Yay!
Wait, did I say it right the first time?
No,
I still got it wrong. Okay.
Second.
But at least I caught myself.
You caught it.
Yes. We get steamrolled.
There you go.
And we're just saying it's okay. We're like a defense that can't stop the run game in football, and we don't even try to stop it. Just keep running the ball down the field. You won't even have to throw it because we'll let you score. That's what's going on in this country right now.
So true.
So frustrating.
It is frustrating, but ultimately, this is where, and I saw a report that, for example, I just saw this report that Ronna McDaniel had released a statement that the RNC is broke and they've never had this tough of a money issue. And I thought to myself, and by the way, let us not forget, nobody's pointing out, remember she had all those high expenses of like hair and makeup and drivers, whatever. But ultimately, I just feel like the RNC, the GOP, is getting outplayed every single day. And I'm sick and tired, actually, of hearing anybody say, oh, stop the steal or this and that. No, that is irrelevant. You got outplayed and you're getting outplayed. And we got to stop that.
Yes.
There has to be, that's like you brought up the sports analogy. So I will just say this. When, one of my kids who's a star athlete, and there was a point where somebody was viewed as cheating and this and that, and the coach said to my son, you know what, that means that everything you do, you have to, as an athlete, you have to be so perfect and make everything such that it's irrefutable and that you bust every record. That so in other words, okay, what's your game plan? Rather than wallow in the other situations and rather just say, well, I'm going to get defeated or, oh, look at them. No. What are you going to do? What is your plan? Get focused.
Yep.
And look ahead. And right now, I mean, I can see it as clear as day. We've called it, right? That here in Pennsylvania, you can see every week, they're having these meetings in the Democrats, and they're going to do everything they can to put a constitutional amendment about abortion rights in Pennsylvania. They're putting that front and center. It's very obvious that that's what they want to do, and they're trying to keep that alive. So what are you going to do, RNC? What are you going to do, GOP? Get it together. Yep. And by the way, you're not going to raise much money right now while you still have Nikki Haley out there. So get that together, too.
I didn't even think about that factor. That's
right?
a good point. Yep.
If you get behind your candidate, get her done, focus.
Yep.
The problem is you have a splintered RNC, a splintered GOP, and all these never Trumpers. And so you know what they're doing? They're like that teacher that Greg Stocker showed. That's what they're like. The nutty, educator of the 4-year-olds who's so self-involved that she doesn't see the real picture and the real purpose. So figure out your purpose.
Yep.
and focus on the American people, the suffering, the economy, and everything that's happening, the southern border, the violence, the crime, we could go on and on, the opioid crisis. Focus on what's really important and quit thinking about your own self as far as the GOP, the RNC. It's not about you. Yeah. It's not about your fundraising. It's not about your career. It's about us, we the people.
Well, I'm going to lose focus for a moment.
Uh-oh.
The hell with the GOP.
Uh-oh.
The chili has arrived.
Uh-oh. All right, go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT.
Did you wash your hands?
No, I did not wash my hands. But I used the hand sanitizer like 2 hours ago when I went to the bathroom. But that was 2 hours ago. All right, so cornbread and chili here.
Cornbread and chili.
Watch the cord.
Okay, did you hear Anthony? He said cornbread and chili.
Cornbread and chili. So
he's exhausted.
He is exhausted.
He works very hard. Very hard.
He didn't come. He didn't come to Parks last night either. By the way,
Mary wouldn't let me.
That's exactly what it was. He didn't know that Mary had class and Mary had the car. So then he sends a text, and then all of a sudden we think he's gonna come, and then his dad's like, "No, he's definitely not coming."
Do me a favor, put the bowl or whatever it is up to the camera so we can see it.
Here's the bowl. So can you guys see into the bowl now? There you go. There's the chili. Just at first glance, it looks like your typical chili.
It does.
You got some red kidney beans. And there's beef.
Yeah, there's cornbread in there too.
There's cornbread. Yep. There's some sauce.
Yep.
You also have cheese spread. You wanted
cheese spread? Cheese spread.
Anthony, move toward the mic.
Yeah.
Do you have any red onion?
I don't think so.
Any habanero or Frank's Red Hot?
Crackers. They do give you lighters, sugar, matches.
Matches.
Gum.
Nice.
Yeah, like all the
old. So actually, somebody on the YouTube chat recommended that you try the chewing gum.
The chewing gum.
I could open this.
No. Try the chili first.
Okay.
Does he have something to wash it down with in case it's...
Yeah, I've got coffee and water.
Okay.
Imagine that coffee with chili. I'll be in the can in about 3 minutes.
Why don't we do this? We'll do this. Why don't we take a break, and on the other side, we'll give people a chance to come over to YouTube.
That's right.
We'll take a break, and on the other side, you will try these MRE K rations.
That's correct.
Dave DiRenzo's neighbor, who's in.
And I'm.
You know what's his name? What's his name, Anthony?
Steve Potsko.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sergeant? Is he a sergeant?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Sergeant Steve.
Yep.
Yeah. Sergeant Slaughter.
Let's take a break, and then on the other side, Nick will try these MREs. How about that?
We will do that when we come back, and then the morning mystery movie clip. Kayal and Company, chili style, on a Friday. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Runner's knee, golfer's back, hiker's hip.
Any of these feel familiar? At Virtua Orthopedics and Spine, we've got a doc for that.
Baker's wrist, laptop neck, shopper's shoulder.
Yep, we've got a doc for those too. Virtua Orthopedics and Spine has over 60 specialists, 20 PT rehab facilities, and 26 surgical sites all across South Jersey. Find the right specialist for you at virtua.org/ortho.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. From February 1st through the 15th, get 15% off in stock items. A little gift for you from Cozy. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry. And that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Purchase a 2023 courtesy Volvo S60 from Cherry Hill Volvo for less than $29,000. Visit Cherry Hill Volvo this month to purchase the sensational S60 courtesy Volvo for less than $29,000. This is an offer you don't want to miss. During January, we are offering financing for 3.99% on all new SUVs in stock. That's an interest rate of 3.99% up to 72 months. At Cherry Hill Volvo, we must make room for all the construction trucks.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. I am so proud to announce the continuing success of our students at Investor Schooling. You already know that at Investor Schooling, we teach real estate investing and stock options. Did you also know that we teach things about tax savings, estate planning, and business coaching as well? We teach things about money I bet you never knew. At Investor Schooling, we teach from the perspective of true experience. If you want to see what our students think about Investor Schooling, please check out the over 160 5-star Google reviews. To find out more about how you can change your financial life, go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829, and you can attend a complimentary class this Thursday at 7 p.m. Attend that class and see for yourself what Investor Schooling is all about. Go to investorschooling.com or call 866-424-2829. That's 866-424-2829. We can't wait to see you this Thursday.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Open my eyes to a new kind of way. All the good times that you say.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, it is a Friday morning. The chili has arrived. Nick, Dawn, Greg, Anthony, and Phil, and our MRE emergency rationed chili, which I just tweeted out a picture and you can see it. I've got to tell you, smell-wise,
It does. Dawn,
visually.
Dawn, I smelled it during the break.
Yeah.
It smells great.
Smells great, right?
Yeah, it does.
If I didn't know any better, I would guess like a random can of chili in your like canned goods aisle at the store.
Yeah.
We've got the cornbread. Now, where it could get dicey is I have the cheese spread here.
Yeah.
It's called cheese spread. It
looks
legitimately
nasty, yeah.
looks like that old. Remember when your child was, speaking of diapers, when they had diapers? Remember the butt paste that you could use on your child to prevent diaper rash?
Yep.
That's what this looks like.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks worse than that like Whiz can from Kraft. It looks worse than that. Yeah.
I might skip out on the cheese. Now we've also got we also have these crackers. They're called cheese-filled cracker pepperoni pizza. I'm gonna pull one out.
Yeah, those look good.
They look like Bobo generic combos.
They do.
Remember the combos? I used to love combos.
I haven't heard of combos in a while.
I know. I will definitely try one of those. It comes with a moist towelette. You get iodized salt and 2 pieces of gum.
Yeah.
That might break my teeth. These things are like rock hard. I don't know if I want
matches and coffee and
Yeah.
So there's a bunch of stuff.
I might need to check out one of our dentists on the station after I chew one of these. So we'll hold off on that. All right, so let's try the chili here. All right, here we go. We got the cornbread, the beef, the red beans, everything in here. It looks pretty decent. Still relatively hot. By the way, did you use the hot water machine that we use for the coffee and the tea?
I tried doing what the bag said. It told me to put it the meal against something with the hot water while also using the heating element in the box and put it against something like a rock. Is what it said. So I didn't do that. I used the hot water at first. It didn't get hot enough, so I just put it in the microwave.
Shafe said those combo like things look like dog treats.
I was just thinking that. They're like little pepperonis. We're going to give one of these to Buddy Boy.
All right.
Don, you can take a goodie bag home for Buddy Boy.
All right, before you try it, let's do the morning mystery movie clip, shall we?
We're going to draw this out like the Disney keyword.
Of course we are, yeah.
All right.
It's radio, people.
All right, 9:23. Let's get to the stinking movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Hey, Marty, I like your new coloring. It works for you.
You did this?
Yep, and it can end anytime. All I have to do is make one phone call to my dad. Shouldn't be much of a problem since that headset is super glued to your ear. Here's my dad's number.
Rotten kids. Think you know what it is? Beat call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again, a final pair of tickets to Major League Wrestling Super Fight. That's tomorrow night, Saturday, February 3rd at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. If you are caller 12 with the correct answer at 855-839-1210. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Tickets to Major League Wrestling Super Fight tomorrow night, 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. All right, best of luck. Newman Price has posted a graphic of Kale MRE Premium Survival Foods. It's got my ugly mug on it, and it says 6 a.m. dehydrated kale. Kale, by the way.
Yeah, because you were at Parks last night.
That's
you were
correct.
At Parks Casino there in Ben Salem yesterday.
And the Kale MRE, by the way, Newman wanted to let us know that it's courtesy of Newman Price Distributing.
Gotcha.
That's the packaging company.
All right, we can do this.
Are you ready to do it?
Yeah, you want to do this, and we'll throw in some cuts for cut sheet part 2.
We're gonna go right to the cut sheet here.
Yeah, you can comment on it as you're eating.
All right, let's do that. Let's do that right now.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the cut sheet part 2? Sponsored by Turn 7 Liquidations. Overstock emergency. Turn 7 must liquidate to the bare walls immediately. No games. All name brand merchandise from the biggest online retailers. Sacrifice up to 90% off. Turn 7, Philadelphia Mills, Morristown Mall. Hurry! Turn 7 Liquidations. Thank you, Turn 7, for sponsoring What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. Are you trying it?
I am ready right here. Here we go. First bite. It's a little more peppery than I thought.
Wow.
Peppery.
A little bit of heat to it.
Yeah.
Do you like that?
I do like a spicy chili, yes. Typically, jalapeno is my base pepper. Sometimes I go habanero if I'm getting a little wild.
Yeah.
The quality, there's not a ton of meat, obviously, since this is a cheaper product. I wasn't expecting a plethora of 80-20 sirloin. But I'll tell you what, it's not bad. It's beans. I mean, if this was, if I was at my grandmother's in 1995 and she busted this into a can, out of the can into the stove.
Yeah.
Okay.
6.2.
Wow. We're rating it now. I didn't realize we were doing that.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, I wouldn't, spend my own money on this, but this is not bad.
Okay.
Yeah. This is, you know what? If it's good enough for our service members, it's good enough for me.
Absolutely.
Not bad.
So if you're watching right now, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT, you can see Nick eating the chili with a corn. Try the cornbread.
Yeah, that's a good point. Love some good cornbread.
While you're doing that, I'll play
It's good.
Yeah, it's good cornbread.
It's good. I'll have this finished before we're done.
Nice.
Okay. All right,
Mikey, he likes it.
I gotta play this. Starting with cut 17 here, Phil. Marjorie Taylor Greene yesterday was reading was talking about the founding fathers and impeachment.
This is where she went after Omar?
No,
Oh, okay.
no. This is where she was reading a statement and she mispronounced a word.
Oh. Who am I to throw stones?
Cut 17, Phil, go.
This historical evidence is overwhelming that the founding fathers intended impeachment to be used to deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power,
Indictable.
corruption, and injury to the nation caused by public officials, among others. To deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Oh my God!
Yeah, the C's silent.
Indictable.
It's like GHT is the way it's pronounced. Indictable. So is this worse than who was it that botched insurrection and called it the erection?
A lot of people did.
Yeah.
A lot of people did. I think that was Jayapal.
Doesn't this go to prove that all these politicians are perverts? You committed an erection and you're indictable. No sex in Congress surprises me at all.
It doesn't. No.
Unbelievable.
Yep.
And nobody giggled either, by the way. Everyone took that in stride.
I would have.
Well, we definitely did.
Indictable.
Can you isolate that one more time?
That's my favorite thing.
Good job, MTG.
Indictable.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
She didn't even stop. I mean, look,
no.
we talk a lot. We get words wrong all the time.
Yes.
But I mean,
But it's a veteran move by her. She keeps going as if it was like all in stride.
But the internet never lets you forget.
Yeah.
Indictable.
Another scoop of this chili here.
It's amazing. There you go. By the way, you want to take the winner?
Oh, yeah, we do have a winner.
Oh, now you got them all distracted.
Yeah.
I know. Why don't I just do the show?
Yeah, well, I'll eat chili. I'll comment on the cut sheet. I'll give out prizes. I can do everything, folks.
All right.
I'm a man of many tasks. I can unlike Kamala Harris and Karine Jean-Pierre, I can handle more than one chore at a time. Let's go to Scott. Scott's our morning mystery movie clip winner. Scott, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Scott, what movie clip did we just play for you?
That was Ricky Munez and Paul Giamatti in Big Fat Liar.
Nice.
Wow,
nice.
job.
Nice work out of you. Congratulations. You have won the final pair of Major League Wrestling tickets tomorrow night in South Philadelphia.
All right, sweet.
All right, buddy. Thank you very much. There he is, Scott. He said sweet. Like Scott
Right.
Hall. Sweet.
But we need to practice with people as far as, when the big Disney announcement is made.
Thank you, Dawn.
Great point.
Yeah,
So that was nice.
It was.
But we need to get Scott on and go, Scott, and sweet. I'm
Yeah.
so fired up. Like we
Yeah.
need to practice.
We're sending, just, for those of you who tune in late, we're sending one person and 3 friends, family members, whatever, on a 7-day cruise to the Caribbean, courtesy of Disney.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, that's got to be a couple $1,000s minimum.
Easily.
Minimum.
Easily.
7-day cruise?
7-day cruise for four people?
Yeah.
Thousands and
Nice.
thousands
Yeah.
of dollars.
Yeah.
This is
We
huge.
need a big reaction when we call the winner live on air.
Yeah.
Big reaction.
We need cheering.
Yeah.
Excitement.
Could
tears.
we permanently can we disqualify them if they don't meet the threshold of excitement we're expecting?
No. There's all kinds of rules for this.
Okay.
You are still eating, by the way, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got about 80% of it done.
Wow, you're woofing that down.
We should take another break and do more cut sheet on the other
All
side.
right, we'll do that. I'll have some chili and cornbread, and we'll come back.
Is there more stuff you can eat over there?
No, I'm not having another meal. Is this the last supper? I still got to take my nap today.
Oh, you're gonna sleep like a baby with them
all
K
full.
rations.
I'm gonna be like an adult. I'm gonna be like an adult in New Hampshire with a diaper and sucking my thumb, baby.
By the way, this is courtesy of Sergeant Steve. Yep. Sergeant Steve, I believe, in Quakertown. So thank you very much, Sergeant Steve, if you're listening.
Woohoo.
Yes. Cut sheet part 5 when we come back here on Kayal and Company. Stay right there. We're back after
Resolve
this.
all your home's plumbing problems today. Horizon Services pros are ready to solve any plumbing emergencies that you didn't see coming. From burst pipes to water heater disasters, Horizon's licensed experts have you covered with same-day 24/7 solutions. And to help you save on future emergencies, we're offering $50 off any repair. Schedule your visit online today at horizonservices.com/radio.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. We all want to trust the people that service our cars. That's why you should get to United Tire and Service for their fast and friendly service. From a fast oil change to needed engine repair, they take the time to get to know you and your car. Always working to get you the very best tire prices by shopping the competition to save you money on all major brands. Check out one of their 10 locally owned United Tire locations or schedule your appointment today at UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Did you know that most men over 50 have ED? Alpha Men's Center has a 96% success rate with ED. ED has many causes, like high blood pressure, low testosterone, and diabetes. And Alpha Men's Center has multiple treatment options. In fact, for $99, you get a consultation, blood work, and a test dose. And if you don't get results, your visit is free. 484-685-1235. Call Alpha Men's Center, alphamencenter.com. 484-685-1235.
Deanna got some really bad news from the IRS.
They said you owe quite a bit of money. They told me the possibilities of garnishing my wages, taking my house, taking my car.
Deanna found out about Optima Tax Relief. They've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax saved my life.
Call Optima now for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Get a tax refund advance loan at Jackson Hewitt now. No fee refund advance offered to eligible clients. Application required. Loans by Republic Bank. Details at JacksonHewitt.com. Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show in St. Mary of the Lake School on Route 70 in Medford, New Jersey on Saturday, April 13th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Lose weight and feel great with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into the radio show Sunday at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania One Call System's Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Don't let woke win. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Welcome back in. Kayal and Company, 9:36. It is a Friday morning, just about 25 minutes out until the Dawn Show begins. We will find out what she has on tap in about 15 minutes. Also today in music history and who won Twitter today. 855-839-1210 is how you climb in as we continue on this Friday morning with some Cut Sheet audio. Cut Sheet Part 3 with Greg Stocker.
We played a lot of the clips yesterday of the big tech hearing yesterday, or 2 days ago, I guess it was. Some of the parents who I guess were in attendance to that were reacting to, if you remember, the most viral moment was Josh Hawley demanding that Mark Zuckerberg apologize, basically calling him out. Like, you better apologize to him.
And stand up.
He stood up, faced them, had this awkward apology that just made him look like it was just a really bad moment for Mark Zuckerberg.
Mm-hmm.
The parents reacted to that on CNN yesterday, and this is what they said. This is cut 9, Phil, go.
Rob, you heard the apologies from the apologies that were presented by Mark Zuckerberg and Evan Spiegel. That was a remarkable moment from the Zuckerberg perspective because so much of the testimony is practiced, prepared, canned, to be candid with you.
Yeah.
And that wasn't. But it also wasn't a direct apology to the families for the company's actions. It was an apology for what people had been through. What was that like in the room?
Well, I appreciate you pointing that out because, number one, it was only because Senator Hawley clearly shamed him into it. And it was as awkward and uncomfortable as you might expect. And again, it was not an apology on the part of the CEO and founder of one of the largest companies in the world for the harm that company had caused. It was, to paraphrase, I'm sorry for what you're feeling. I'm sorry for what you're going through. That's not an apology. It's certainly not the apology that was appropriate. It wasn't genuine. It was forced with TV cameras rolling. I get that it's a moment that's going viral and it will be the soundbite, but let's read the words carefully. And I have several times, and it is most definitely not an apology for the actions that Facebook has done and for the harm it's caused.
Wow.
Well said. And that was kind of the reaction I had when we played you that clip for the first time is, basically Hawley put him in the position where Zuckerberg had to stand up, because if he doesn't, he only compounds his issues even further in the court of public opinion with a lot of these parents. So it does come off very empty because he's not sorry. He's not see. I actually genuinely believe that he doesn't think he's done anything wrong. He's like, well, I can't make it perfect. I've put guardrails in place. We've done a lot over the last decade. I don't think he's sorry at all.
Are you still eating, by the way?
No, I finished everything.
You finished it? Show wow. the YouTube video.
I have to get back on track and do a radio show here, Gregory.
Wow.
By the way, the breaking news, WWE co-founder Vince McMahon under a federal investigation.
Uh-huh.
Oh, my Lord. That guy is just...
He's done.
Oh, man.
He's got a one-way ticket south.
Wall Street Journal broke the story this morning.
Mm-hmm.
John Laurinaitis done. Brock Lesnar done. I mean,
Laurinaitis tried to come out yesterday and say I was basically forced into acting this way, and yes, I was complicit, but I had my hand was forced. Your hand wasn't forced.
Yeah,
you have free will. Tell Vince McMahon if he's doing something wrong that you don't want to be a part of it, and get a job elsewhere.
I gotta say, 5 people will get this reference, but I don't care. This is for you, Nick. WrestleMania this year with CM Punk injured, Seth Rollins injured, and Brock Lesnar will never be in the WWE again.
Yeah.
It's going to suck.
Yeah, I'm not even going to watch it this year. Why don't we should just relocate it. Put it in Cincinnati or something.
Right here in Philadelphia.
Yeah. We always get screwed in this city.
It's true.
Always.
It's true. It's true.
We draft the wrong receiver. We get the wrong brother. We always get, we had Jeremy Giambi instead of Jason Giambi. We always get the wrong end of it.
By the way, did you try that chewing gum?
No, I'm trying to hang on to what I have in my mouth right now.
Come on, just try it.
I'll try the cheese.
Oh, the cheese. Okay.
Yeah, I'll try.
He's gonna try the cheese.
And then I'll do one of the Bobo combos.
All right.
You want to fire up another cut, or you want me to just go live here with the
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT.
All right. So here's the paste. This is the cheese paste.
Yep.
It's called cheese spread, by the way.
Oh boy.
Should I pinch it off with my finger, or should I just take it right out of the?
Pinching it off.
How do you want me to do it?
However you want to, buddy.
I'll pinch it off.
You pinch it off there.
Ready? It's disgusting.
Is it?
The chili was solid.
The chili was solid.
I don't need the cheese.
Okay.
The cheese, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Nikki Haley was interviewed yesterday by Jake Tapper. She says she's not going anywhere, to Dawn's point about the RNC. She says it's inappropriate for the RNC chair to suggest that she drops out. This is cut 10, Phil, go.
Did you think it was inappropriate when the RNC chair, Ronna McDaniel, suggested that you need to drop out because she didn't see a path for you?
I absolutely think it was inappropriate. We've had 2 states that have voted. You need 1,215 delegates. Donald Trump has 32. I have 17. We still have 48 states and more territories to go before we get there. I'm not going anywhere, Jake. I am going to continue to go all the way through South Carolina. Then we're going to go on to Super Tuesday, and we're going to keep on going forward. This is about the fact that we can't live in chaos anymore. This is about the fact that we've got to focus on what it's going to take to not just get our domestic policy on track, but what are we going to do to prevent wars and to make sure we keep Americans safe? We can't do that with the 2 guys there. Americans are telling people that. We need to start listening and make sure that we focus on what it takes to win a primary so that we can get our country back on track.
So you're committed to staying in the race through Super Tuesday no matter what happens in South Carolina?
We're moving. I mean, what I'll tell you in South Carolina is we're going to close that gap. My goal is to be more competitive in South Carolina. It's always been to build on momentum. We started with 2% in Iowa. We ended with 20%. We went into New Hampshire. We got 43%. In South Carolina, we want to get even more competitive than that. And then we'll go into Michigan and we'll go into Super Tuesday. We have a country to save. I'm not going anywhere because I don't want my kids to live like this. I don't want anybody else's kids to live like this. We have been in total distraction for a long time, and we know that when America's distracted, the world is less safe. And all you have to do is look around the world and see that. I'm going to stay in this for the long haul because I think it's important, and I know that we need to get this done.
Spoken like a candidate that has unlimited financial support and backing. Boy, she got conviction. She's like, now I will say when Jake asked her, so you plan on, regardless of how South Carolina plays out, sticking this out through Super Tuesday, she didn't necessarily answer that emphatically. It was more of a, I'm going to keep chiseling away at Trump's lead and kind of build on it.
That's exactly what I got from that too. Yep.
Now, Trump, we may take part of this today, but Trump is he's scheduled to hold a news conference with Nancy Mace. He's in South Carolina at 10:30. So we may take part of that live.
And Nancy will probably be on time because she will tell her boyfriend, there's no time for a quickie. I've got to see Trump.
At the prayer breakfast. Remember that? Another appropriate one.
Three more quick ones before we have to break.
Can that please be the Disney code word?
Of power. To deal with the commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Jim, if you're listening, I'm going to need that on the board, too. That's for Dawn.
Commission of indictable crimes and the abuse of power.
Nick Kayal, you are indictable.
Joe Biden was at a United Auto Workers rally yesterday. It looks from the videos like there was about 17 people there.
There's more people to see Puxatawny Phil.
He says that, he's the most pro-union guy ever. Union pro, Anyway, cut one, Phil, go.
And when labor does well, everybody does well. No, I'm not just saying it. I know I'm the most pro-union, anyway. I won't go into all that. But the reason
Oh, my God. I'm the most pro-union, but whatever. What she said.
Can we hear just the tail end of that again?
Anyway.
Oh, wait, hang on.
I know I'm the most pro-union, anyway.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Disaster.
Anyway.
I'm the most pro. Anyway.
Well, he has done a lot of appearances in the last calendar year, union-wise.
Yep. Well, yeah.
He
says, remember when they said China was going to eat our lunch? This is cut to Phil, go.
Jobs. Remember they told us we were dead, manufacturers dead in America? China was going to eat our lunch? Well, guess what, man? We don't taste that good. So look, folks, I really mean it.
We don't taste it. You gotta try this chili I just had, Joe. Have that for lunch, pal. That'll put you right to sleep.
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, you can definitely see there's like nobody in.
Yeah, where is that? Is that in like an elementary school? Why are those like adult? Can we freeze frame where we have some of the adults? It looks like they're sitting on. Was that like childlike chairs and desks?
It did look like that. One more, because then we have to break again.
Okay.
Biden said that he got to 130 miles an hour in his Corvette.
All right, so this is the part of the cut sheet where we just hear Joe's gaffes and lies.
Cut 3, Phil, go.
This is about giving people a shot. That's all it is. It's just fairness. Give people a shot. That's what you do. That's what you do. And besides, you built my 67 Corvette. My pride. Any ever watch Jay Leno's Garage? You watch me race on my 67 Corvette? It's only a 327, 350. I tell you what, man, I got up to 130 miles an hour, though. Secret Service doesn't like riding with me very much anymore.
Yeah,
anyway.
Because he's 81 years old.
Yeah.
And he hasn't driven. And
nothing.
He's been president. He's been vice president. When's the last time he drove?
It's the Corvette where the documents were, I believe, in the garage.
Exactly.
Yeah, nothing more riveting than a man in his 80s talking about his glory days of his vehicle. I've never been one of these, I want to see how fast I can go type guys. Not my thing. I like trucks, but I'm not trying to sit there and say, you should see me get my Ridgeline up to 95 miles an hour.
Dawn likes that.
Yeah.
Dawn, you're into fast cars and everything?
She has a need for speed.
I do.
Yeah.
You have Dawn has a lead foot?
Yep.
Yeah.
I love all that. Race cars.
Yeah. How fast have you gotten the minivan up to? Be honest. Minivan cracked 3 digits?
I have wing walked before in an air show, like on a biplane up on the wing.
Okay.
Like I love that daredevil stuff.
All right.
I have a need to pay bills.
Yes, we do. Which means we should shut up.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we'll be quiet now, as Joe Biden would say.
If I were smart, I'd say thank you and leave.
Back after this.
My name is Janice Shikonik, and I'm from Collegeville, Pennsylvania. When I first started working, I had just turned 17 years old. And of course, when you're 17, you don't think much about your future. But then when you get closer to retirement, you have to really be careful because there's a lot of scam systems out there and people that aren't going to think twice about taking your money. And if the stock market goes down, they're like, oh, well, sorry, everybody has to take a risk. And that's why crash proof is so important. You're not taking a risk. You're putting your money in there and you're guaranteed that your money's going to be there when you need it. And it just keeps compounding year after year after year. All the vacations you wanted to take but you didn't have enough vacation time, I can do all of that now. And I really look forward to doing whatever I want. And that's the beauty of retirement. And I'm rocking it. I like it.
Register for the next Crash Proof Retirement Educational Event at the Copperfield Inn, Wednesday, February 7th. Registration is required. Call 800-722-9728 or visit crashproofretirement.com.
It all comes down to this. Super Bowl 58. Listen live from Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. The Kansas City Chiefs.
Takes the snap. Darts a pass intercept caught by Kelsey. Wrapped to the ground at the 12.
And the San Francisco 49ers.
With the comeback for the ages, the 49ers are going back to the Super Bowl.
Wherever you are next Sunday, stream Super Bowl 58 with Westwood One on the free Odyssey app. Download it today and search Super Bowl. AUDACY.
Major phone carriers make you sign contracts with rigid data plans to trap you into a kind of forced phonogamy. Sounds pretty insecure if you ask me. At Consumer Cellular, we believe in a more consensual and healthy form of phonogamy, free of contracts and more flexible to your data needs. This way, you stick around not because we force you to with contracts and fees, but because you love our phone plans. Like ardently love our phone plans. Phonogamously. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
And here she comes now, Dawn Stenland, 9:52. 8 minutes out, and she tells us what's on tap this morning.
Yeah, there's so much happening locally, so we'll take you through the latest individual who is pushing back and speaking out about those J6 charges against him from 3 years ago, identified through that Philadelphia Eagles football cap that he was wearing, and his response to the Fed's accusations as he's in the limelight and under fire. So we'll talk about that. We also have all the presidential candidates and their super PACs had to report their end-of-year totals this year to the FEC. So we'll look at follow the money trail, who is the best at fundraising. So I'll take you through that. And then as well, like I said, former President Donald J. Trump is speaking out this morning, so we may very well take him live. There's a lot of breaking news, and of course, the dignified transfer this morning happening locally, essentially, because it's Dover, Delaware, honoring our patriots, our Gold Star family. So we'll take you through that. We may have some of our own local combat veterans and patriots calling in as well to give their unique perspective. So much happening this morning, a lot breaking, a lot developing. We'll have it all.
All right, very good.
Yes, sir.
Looking forward to that. Obviously, I would love to hear some veteran stories. Always down for that. All right, 9:53 as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 2nd, we celebrate the birthday of Graham Nash, who turns 82. On this day, though, in 78, we lost Sid Vicious of the Sex Pistols due to an overdose. Albums released today include A Trick of the Tail by Genesis in 76. The Psychedelic Furs released Midnight to Midnight in 87. And Lita Ford released Lita in 88. Also on this day in 62, the Beatles played their very first show with the drummer Pete Best. Also, on this day in 93, Bill Murray woke up to Sonny and Cher's I Got You, Babe, over and over again. Have a great weekend. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
And you have a great weekend as well, Phil. Phil's crushing that.
He
I'll
is.
tell you what, it's a very cool little wrinkle we threw into the end of the show.
Agreed.
I like that very much. Nice work, Philip. As we get to Who Won Twitter Today?
Who won Twitter?
Headmaster 543 says, guys, do you think Vince went to that diaper spot?
I would say extremely likely. The only question is, did he have other performers there also in diapers?
God.
Poor Vince. Poor Vince.
Took that legacy and flushed it right down the toilet.
You know, sometimes the money and all the fame is not enough.
Yep.
The greed just consumes you.
Yep.
All right, that'll do it for us. Have a great rest of your Friday. I've got to unload some chili in a little bit. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back Monday morning at 6, and as our favorite bus driver from Ohio would say,
Sick of you. I'm sick of all of this. I'm done with it.
If you're facing $10,000, $20,000, or even $30,000 or more in credit card debt, medical bills, or other unsecured debt, there are programs available that can consolidate those debts into one single reduced monthly payment you can afford if you qualify. Accredited Debt Relief is on a mission to help you become debt-free in just 24 to 48 months. They've helped over 300,000 qualified consumers. Hardworking Americans just like you pay off more than $3 billion in debt, earning them an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. Accredited Debt Relief will tailor the program to fit your specific budget and financial situation. So call Accredited Debt Relief now for your free no-obligation savings estimate and let them help you take control of your financial destiny.
Call 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. That's 800-663-1313. 800-663-1313. Program and services not available in all states.
National Appliance Warehouse, where exceptional service meets unbeatable prices. Not all big box stores are created equally. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're a full-service store with a showroom 10 times the size of a chain store. Over 100 brands professionally displayed and always a skilled associate a few steps away. Our